Make sure I turn this off whenever it inevitably pops up with my voice delayed. Make sure I turn. See, like clockwork. All right. So, hello and welcome to yet another conversation with Coco. It is I, Coco. Welcome. Today, we are going to be doing another watch and discuss, and this time we'll be watching the 1986 CBS special report, The Vanishing Black Family, followed by the roundtable discussion. I have some people here with me that will be discussing it with me, but to not further delay our funness here, I'll go ahead and jump right in to the documentaries. And then when these are over, we'll go around for introduction so we can learn who our panelists are and get into this good key. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I'll be turning my mic off and we'll be going through this with no pauses just to gather the information. So if you're out there watching, I suggest taking notes. There's a lot to unpack after this. So let's jump right into it.
Married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Thinking about holding up for no sex, my man. You know, if a girl, she get having a baby, carrying a baby, hey, that's on her. You know, I'm not gonna stop my pleasures because of another woman.
What about birth control? What about condoms?
Girls don't like them things. They don't like them things. They'll tell you to take them things off. They figure that you saying that they filthy or they dirty or something.
It's been a startling change in values. 25 years ago, you would not have heard such things said so freely because they were not embraced so widely. The strong family was still the backbone of Black America, and 3 out of 4 children had both parents at home. That is true no longer. Most Black children are now growing up without their fathers. The result is a world turned upside down as children copy what they see and repeat what they learn. LaDawn said she didn't have a father in her home and doesn't think her children need one. She's not unusual. Half the Black families today are headed only by a woman. Clorinda said she could make it on her own as a single parent. She has never been married and is raising her daughter without a man's help. She's not unusual. Today, nearly 60% of all Black children are born out of wedlock. Timothy said his children are not his responsibility. He has left them to be supported by their mothers and welfare. He's not unusual either. For LaDawn and Clorinda and Timothy, and many more like them in cities all over America, the traditional family no longer exists. It has vanished, and something new is taking its place. Single women and the children they're rearing alone are the fastest growing part of the Black population. What becomes of the Black family in a world where the values are being turned upside down?
If the parent is 17 and 18, uneducated, unmotivated, fooling around, wandering around, what's the child going to learn? Who's to teach them? When you learn something, you was taught by your parents. It was reinforced by school and your neighbors, but it was taught by your parents. Well, if the parents don't know anything, how are they going to teach the children? So it's not racism that I'm fighting right now. It's the lack of motivation. See, I'm not even talking about racism. Maybe later on we'll get back to that. But I think we are destroying ourselves.
This portion of CBS Reports is sponsored by Sun Company. At Sun, we believe putting our energy back into the community is just as important as getting it out. Where there's sun, there's energy. This is Newark, New Jersey, one of America's inner cities. Inner city is a polite name for ghetto, as in black ghetto. Those of us who don't live in the ghetto are brought here usually by television, and usually only when there are violent pictures to show. But we have to come here if you want to understand those fearsome statistics about the vanishing black family. Now, a lot of white families are in trouble, too. Single-parent families are twice as common in America today as they were 20 years ago. But for the majority of white children, family still means a mother and a father. This is not true for most black children. For them, things are getting worse. Today, black teenagers have the highest pregnancy rate in the industrial world, and in the black inner city, practically no teenage mother gets married. That's no racist comment. What's happening goes far beyond race. Why, then, do so many teenage girls get pregnant and have children? Why do so many fathers abandon their families? The answers begin with the people here. They told us what happens to family when mothers or children, fathers don't count, and the street is the strongest school.
Good morning. Chuck over here, Bob Slade, standing by. We are going to check with you on
Okay, Bob.
It is the beginning of another school day in Newark, New Jersey. Another day of class for Clorinda Henderson. She is 17 and had hoped to graduate from high school next year, but that was before the birth of her baby.
I dreamed that having a little baby, you could just cuddle in your arms, just hug all the time, kiss on it, smell it, because it's so sweet. I thought it'd be fun until I had her.
The reality's different?
The reality just punched me right in the eye. I had to pinch myself and see if I was here, because I was like, this is too much.
Clorinda was only 15 when she got pregnant with her daughter, Shaquana. She is not unusual. Half of all black teenagers become pregnant. Clorinda has never been married. She's still living with her mother at home, where she's raising her baby daughter. Clorinda goes to a special school for dropouts after she takes her daughter to a daycare center. She has 5th grade math skills and reads at a 6th grade level.
When I got pregnant, I said, well, I'm going to have this baby, and she's not going to stand in the way of my education. I'm not going to let no one stand in the way of my education. I ain't going to be like these other girls, just drop out, can't get no job, no money, have to be on welfare.
Ready. On the vocabulary. Bingo.
Clorinda learned about birth control in sex education courses, but she still became pregnant. You think it was a mistake?
Well, I'll say no, because I wasn't on any, birth control methods. Neither was he. And, we were sexually active, and when it happened, it just happened.
When you think back to that day when you learned you were pregnant, what went through your mind?
Oh, gosh, I'm going to tell my mother. And I'm going to tell my mother she going to make me get an abortion. I was really scared, I think.
Why didn't you want to get an abortion?
Because I wanted his baby.
What did you like about him? His
legs.
His legs?
I got a thing for bow-legged boys.
Bow-legged boys?
I love them. They have some gorgeous legs. I just don't know.
Darren Lyle is the father of Clorinda's baby. He is 18 and lives in central Newark. He dropped out of high school when he was 16. He has never held a steady job.
I spend most of my time listening to the radio. When I don't go to school, I don't work, I don't do nothing. Just like this killing time.
Did you want to have a baby?
Not really. It just happened. You know, she just popped up pregnant. And I just...
Were your friends impressed?
A lot of, everybody was telling me, that, she looked just like me, and, she is kind of cute, and, kind of pretty. That was like, make me feel good.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do many of them have babies?
That seems like that's all they be doing if I is making babies and shit, making babies.
Darren told us that in this neighborhood, it's easy to get involved with girls and easy to get into trouble. Darren has been arrested 5 times for stealing, suspicion of homicide, and for possession of a deadly weapon. When you were arrested for carrying a dangerous weapon, what was it?
One of them big machetes.
Machete?
Knives and big knives.
You mean you just carried it around with you?
I used to bring it to school with me.
I mean, that's it's hard to conceal that, isn't it?
Nah, because I had, like, this blue coat. It was like a blue goose. I poked a hole in the pocket of it, and I used to just put it right in there.
Isn't that dangerous?
That's the way stuff was going, like... That's the way the people was acting towards me. So I felt like I needed a weapon. Because, it just seemed like, it's like a war, really, like Vietnam.
Have you asked Darren to help you with the baby?
No, because I see he can't even help himself. He can. It's pitiful to say that, but he can.
He wasn't prepared to be a father?
No. And he still isn't.
Were you ready to be a mother?
Well, no. But now that I am, I just have to take it step by step.
She not tender-headed.
Clorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born. When you were pregnant, did you assume that you could turn to welfare for help after the baby came?
Well, yeah, but I didn't have her just to collect welfare. I had her because I felt that it would have been a part of me. I would have had somebody to live for and also somebody to love and love me back.
Is your daughter the first person you've ever loved?
I really, really love my daughter.
2 months after the birth of their baby, Clorinda was pregnant again by Darren. This time she had an abortion. She didn't think she could handle 2 little children while still a teenager herself. Your grandmother was a single woman with a child. Your mother, a single woman with a child. Now you. Why is that happening?
I really didn't plan on getting pregnant, but if I really had somebody to really sit down and talk to, like really express my feelings to them, I don't think none of this would have happened. And then when it did happen, my grandmother's like, I told you this, I told you this. Tell me nothing.
Nobody told Darren anything either. He too lives at home with his mother. Where's your father?
Locked up.
Locked up where?
Main Street.
What for?
Fighting and shit. Fighting. Violence. Stuff like that.
Had anybody ever told you what it is like to be a father?
I like watching other older, that had
kids. What did you learn from them? How did you?
I learned that they take a lot of patience. Take a lot of patience.
You have a lot of patience?
I don't got a lot of patience.
Clorinda doesn't always have a lot of patience either.
You want to fight?
No.
Then don't ask me if I want to fight if you don't want to fight. Don't say to me.
You got my question,
Come in now.
Talk to you. You like going out like that.
No, you went out. You shouldn't be saying nothing to me. You done already pissed me off.
What I do?
2 months after her abortion, Clorinda and Darren broke off their relationship. They see each other rarely now. Once in a while, Clorinda will take Shaquana to visit. Do you ever think about marrying Clorinda? Why not?
I ain't thinking about that. Nah, that's the last thing on my mind.
You ever feel depressed?
I don't be like sad. I just be like frustrated. I be like really like frustrated.
What are the odds that your daughter will follow the same route? Because there was your grandmother,
No.
your mother, and you.
No, I see to that.
How?
She won't. I would sit down, I would talk to her about her being a young lady. Like, Juana, if you go out here, you have sex, be sure you on birth control. Or, you know, if you do have sex, make sure whoever you having sex with care about you. Don't just let them let them get over on you thinking they got a piece of the action. Now they can go tell Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Did your mother tell you those things?
No.
You tell them to yourself?
I talk to myself in the mirror. But
And you say no?
no. It's like I said to my daughter, no more.
Now, Selsun Blue, the #1 doctor-recommended dandruff shampoo, introduces a new extra conditioning formula.
It leaves my hair looking so soft and manageable. It has 5 conditioning
Flavor.
Now this is a fine. Fill it to the rim.
With the full, rich taste of Brim decaffeinated coffee.
Can y'all hear the sound in this playback or not on YouTube?
We
Both.
can't hear it on either one, not
Yeah.
in the playback or the live stream, because
Yeah.
I'm in the chat too.
Yeah, I just hopped into the chat just now.
Let's see. Can y'all hear the sound? I know I started it. Hold on, let me see if I can connect this back.
We can't hear it on either one, not in the playback or the live stream, because I'm in the chat too.
Yeah, I just hopped into the chat just now.
Let's see. Same as system. I know I started it. Hold on, let me see if I can connect this back.
We can't hear it on either one,
Okay, let me know if y'all can hear it when I start staring at the screen again.
Alessandra Jackson is 23. She's the mother of 2, expecting a 3rd, and is not married. She too lives in Newark. Like nearly half of all black children in America, Alice's children are being raised in poverty. They live a subsidized life in subsidized housing. But that's not what Alice wanted or intended. Alice lives in one of the toughest neighborhoods in Newark, in the project where she was born and brought up. But she hoped that one day she would move out of here. She graduated from high school, went to business college for a year, and worked steadily until she became pregnant with her first child.
You know, I was doing so good before I was pregnant. I had a little job. I kept money, you know, stuff. But after I had the child, that's when money started going low.
What was your reaction when you found out you were pregnant the first time? Did you intend to get pregnant?
It wasn't planned. But when I got pregnant, I wanted to be a mother. You know, it was exciting to me. I just thought I had something of my own, a little child that's going to call me mommy. You know, after you have them, it's hard. You know, you got to bomb this, you got to bomb that.
Malik is Alice's firstborn. He is now 3 years old. Soon after he was born, Alice, then 20, quit her job to take care of him. 16 months later, her second child, Antoine, was born. When we met, she was 6 months pregnant with her third child. Timothy McSeed is 26, the father of Alice's 3 children. Though they're not married, they see each other regularly.
When I first met him, I didn't like him. But when he started talking to me, it seemed like he was like a man that wanted to have a home, have children, take care of them.
Did you talk with Timothy about how you were going to support the baby when you were pregnant?
No, that's what we didn't do. No, we didn't even talk about how we was going to support the child.
Timothy McSeed held his last steady job 2.5 years ago. He's been arrested several times on robbery and drug charges. He was brought up in Newark by his mother, who was 16 when Timothy was born. His father has another family in another city. Timothy has a talent for drawing, which he has never developed. He dropped out of high school at 16 and spent 2 years in the Job Corps. He was 23 when he and Alice had their first child. Timothy does not support any of his children.
How many children do you have?
6.
He fathered those 6 children by 4 women. He also had 2 more children by 2 other women, but one died in infancy and the other was aborted. We asked him about the birth of his first surviving child.
It was kind of a funny experience because, like, me and the girl was just messing around, right? And she was going with somebody else. She used to be an old girlfriend of mine. She managed to get popped up by me.
Okay, that's the second baby. The third was...
Mustafa. He was the third.
That was by another lady?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Ward. Yes, I go see him every now and then.
How old is he now?
He's 5, if I'm not mistaken. 504, even now.
And then the fourth one was...
Shimon. I only saw her twice. 2 times.
What happened to her?
It's a family problem. You know, the father don't want me to see the mother and all that. You know, so I got tired of running behind her and found me someone else. I didn't have to sweat it because I guess the father was taking care of them anyway. So,
how does it feel to have those
women?
No, kids.
Kids. Oh, well, you get to see. If it ain't one thing you've done, you like artwork, for instance. You look at your art, you say, this is something that I've done. Just like the carpentry, it's something that you've done. You can see what you've done. If anything, if you don't do nothing, you can see something, you know, what your life was, you know, it was to you.
So the kids are sort of artwork?
Well, not really, but you can, like they might grow up to be doctors or actors, you know, and you can say, look, that's my boy, or that's my girl, you know? Whereas, you know, there's some people that can't have children at all.
Their mothers raise Timothy's children, and welfare pays for them. On the first day of each month at noon, the mothers gather outside the project's mailroom, waiting for the postman to deliver their checks.
Oh, we call it Mother's Day.
Why?
Because us mothers be getting our check that day, getting their welfare check, so we call it Mother's Day.
Alice's welfare check comes to $385 a month. She cashes it at the corner store.
Back in town now.
She gets another $112 in food stamps.
I don't think I would have had the second two children if I didn't think welfare was there. But I don't like welfare because it makes me lazy.
It does?
Yeah, it makes you lazy just to sit around and wait for a monthly check to come in. You know, I just like to work. I like money to come in every week or every 2 weeks.
Why doesn't Timothy help you take care of those kids?
One thing I do know about Timothy, that if he did had a job,
See you another blue moon.
I know he would take care of me and the children and the bills. But what's holding him back, well, this is what he tells me all the time. He figure I'm going to be with another guy, or I'm going to slip away from him while he at work. That don't make no sense to me.
Don't you get mad sometimes?
I get mad a lot of times about financially support from Timothy.
What do you say to him?
I always say it ain't that hard to get a job. Go out there and look for a job, because I'm sick and tired of just laying back waiting for a welfare check. I said, this is not how I want to live the rest of my life. This is not the way I plan for my future to be.
Does it make you feel bad that you can't support your kids?
Yes.
How do they make it? Where do they get the money?
Well, majority of them, the mother's on welfare, and welfare gives them the stipend for the month. So what I'm not doing, the government does.
What would happen if the government didn't?
This would be a big disaster, I guess, because you can't give something that you don't have. In order to give, you got to have for yourself.
You see, people out there watching will say, why didn't he think about that before he brought 6 kids into the world?
Well, mother had a choice. She could have had an abortion, or she could have kept the child. She decided whether she wanted to have the child, so therefore, I guess it's not sweating her. I mean, it's not bothering.
You think it's her fault if she gets pregnant?
Well,
I mean, you fought her.
Well, maybe not. Like they say, mama, baby, papa, maybe. You know what I mean?
A week before their last baby is born, Alice came for what is only her 4th visit to the doctor during her pregnancy.
Yeah, I was very much worried, and I was kind of unhappy being pregnant. You know, to know that I'm going to have a 3rd child and I'm not doing so good with my 2 I have already.
Is that some? Come with me, please.
But as, you know, the months went by, I just had to deal with it, being pregnant and knowing that it's my child. I'm going to have a child, and I'm just going to have to support it the same way I supported them.
Okay, let me listen.
Or do better if I can do better.
Is that the last one?
Well, I ain't going to say that, because I said that when I had my first one, so then I had a second one. When I said that was my second one, and I had a 3rd one. So I ain't going to say that.
Did you think about birth control?
No, I didn't even think about birth control. I was afraid of birth control because I always heard that birth control give you cancer and all that stuff.
What about Timothy? Did you talk to him about taking precautions, about being
careful? I talked to him about being careful about, birth control.
But did he?
No, he wasn't with it.
On Father's Day, Alice and Timothy had their third son, Hakeem Lamont Jackson, 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
Yay, little boy. Little boy. I'm the king. I'm the king. Hey. How you feeling now? You feeling all right, sweetheart?
Nah, still stomach all right, pain. Fat face, little baby. You hurting me. You hungry? I know you're hungry.
Let me see my little man.
So many women, so many children. Do you ever think that maybe you shouldn't do it? Unless you can be sure you don't have a kid?
Oh, not really, because I'm highly sexed. But I have ways of cooling myself down, you know, because like when you're dealing with one female and you're not dealing with another female, having sex with her too much is bad. So you have to, like, you know, set a schedule when you should do it and when you should not.
You seem to break your schedule sometimes.
Well, like most women say, you're a baby maker. I just got strong sperm.
Would you have had these kids if you thought about them in advance?
No.
All were an accident?
Yeah, you can say that.
Were you just having a good time?
Yeah, a lovely time. I enjoyed myself.
And you didn't think about marrying any of these women except the first one, the first girl?
Yes. Well, I'm going to marry Alice.
Sandra?
Oh, yes. We're going to get married.
Do you love Sandra?
Yes. A lot. Great deal.
Does she love you?
This girl crazy about me.
Tell me, why don't you get married?
Well, see, I'm old-fashioned. I want a big wedding. That's that. And my uncles and my aunts, you know, they all had their little tuxedos, and I'm going to have mine, too.
I thought you were going to say to me, because I can't afford to at the moment.
Oh, that ain't it. Because I'm going to find me something. I'm going to get something. See, I'm strong in that spot.
When?
Find something. Never. I keep on trying. I don't never give up.
You know, you feel very responsible for your children, and Timothy doesn't. What does that say?
Sometimes I think like that. I said, Dad, here I am. I got 2 children, 1 on the way. Well, this was before the first one. I'm doing this all by myself. And sometimes, you know, if you sit down and think about that, I know I really get very upset. Because I don't think he really understands that I'm here, you know, taking care of all this by myself. If he get that, if he think like that, I think he'll do something. I don't really think he understand that I'm doing that.
Why do you let him off the hook? Why do you put up with it?
And sometimes I be like telling him, leave me alone, it's over with. But every time I do that, when he's not with me, even that same day or the next day, I feel, you know, lonely without him. Feel like, you know, I just get angry and say them things. I don't really be meaning them. So.
Do you love him?
Yes, I love him.
Does he love you?
Yes, I think he loves me too.
They call this cattle country. It's also where a lot of America's coal is. So when Sun Company built the Cordero mine here, folks worried about the future of the land. But Sun also developed this land record.
There's a famous book about the black experience in America called The Invisible Man. Ironically, the young black man today is anything but invisible. He's the one who shows up in the highest unemployment rate. He's right there in the top of the crime statistics. He's the one most threatening to his black neighbors and the one most feared in the mind of white America. Every teenage boy growing up can go either way, but the son of a single young woman in the ghetto is pressured to go the wrong way every time he steps onto these streets. What do you see for your future out there? You're how old now?
I'm 15, and right now, if I keep going like it's going now, I really think I probably would make it, and then again, I probably wouldn't have all the things that I really want in life right now, but I think I would have most of the things I want.
For teenagers like Bernard Wardrick and his friends Bosky, C, and Mike, there are no familiar road maps for the way up and out. It is the street and the media that teach a boy here how to become a man. Bernard dreams of making it as a rap star. He and his friends have formed a group, the Educated Three.
I like that. So here they come. Newark, New Jersey, your own Educated Three. I'm the Educated B, the Educated C. Two fresh MCs, most definitely. Two fresh MCs, who can't stop. We're gonna rock the mic till we hit the top. What you heard before, you're gonna hear it again. The Educated Two came here to win. Oh, we did something that wasn't polite. We almost forgot DJ Money Mike. Somebody people out there in the place of the people put us all together, and that makes three.
What is rapping?
To me, it's like poetry because, you know, I could just sit down and write it. I could sit at the table or wherever I'm at, and I can just think of it.
What does it take to be a good rapper? What's the skill?
You gotta have style, class, and originality. Anybody can rhyme. You just gotta put yourself into it and make it mean something.
Get on your mic, be on time, and just get on your mic and take your best rhyme. 1, 2, 1, 2, in the place to be.
The Educated Three tell the story of the only life they know, the life of their block. They were born and raised here in homes without fathers, and most of their time is spent here. The world they describe is no nursery rhyme, as Bernard's friend C told us.
All the people got guns and turn stick-up kids while their mother is at home shedding tears because the son that she thought she had brought up right is on the streets leading a terrible life. He's walking down the road heading for nowhere. From my point of view, he don't even care because the attitude he has makes him care about nothing, not his mother, his brother, or even his cousins. He think life is all about on the streets, being a two-time loser and a petty thief. But everybody know that you're a thief of the week because you're no good for nothing. You swear you're good for something. Homeboy, the only thing you're good for is fronting.
You wrote this?
Yeah.
Who'd you write about?
I judged a lot on myself because I used to be out there, man.
Out there on the street?
Yeah, just 18 years, I've seen a lot happen that I never thought I'd see.
When you're out on that street, is it dangerous?
It's dangerous, but it's dangerous. Any day you can go outside, anything can happen to you.
Yeah, but it's how you make it, too.
Yeah.
Can a guy get killed on the street easily?
Sure.
See how you blink your eye?
Like that.
Yeah.
Killed just like that.
The leading cause of death for young black men is murder. 1 in 21 will be killed before the age of 25. Bernard was shot and robbed by 2 teenagers when he was 15. 4 months later, he was arrested for carrying a gun. That is not unusual. Nearly half of young men in the inner city are arrested before they reach 18. Trouble, Bernard told us, waits at every corner. How does a guy keep from falling into that trap that you described in that rap?
If you see everybody else robbing, man, and selling drugs, you're supposed to, it takes a wise man to learn from another man's mistakes.
The adults got to set an example for the kids. If they see the adults do it, you know, that's what they're going to do, too, eventually.
Who would be an example?
My family, my mother.
His mom is Brenda Wardrick, 30 years old, the mother of 4 children by 3 different men. She has never been married. She raises her children alone in a daily tug-of-war with the street.
It's a battle. It's almost like, and I think most parents feel the same way. You fear for your children leaving home. They can leave out and walk right across the street and trouble can get in their way.
What's the hardest thing about being a single parent?
It's hard. understanding them sometimes. And they have difficulties understanding me because I'm a young parent, and sometimes they act like I'm their sister as well as their mother,
Brenda was just 14 when she became pregnant with Bernard, her first child. Bernard's father was 50. By the time she was in her early 20s, there were 3 more children, each unplanned. To support them, Brenda works on and off as a nurse's aide, but she could not make ends meet without welfare. None of the children's fathers give her any financial support.
I don't understand what happens that causes so many fathers not to take responsibility for the kids they created or helped to create.
It's easier on their pockets if they can. Most of the men today don't, assume their responsibilities as they should. Not that they can't, they just don't.
I'd get very mad if I were a mother. I think I would.
Oh, I get angry. But getting angry isn't gonna solve anything. And then sometimes, their fathers, they feel like if they're gonna support them, then they have to have more time with me. And I don't feel that that's really necessary,
You'd rather take the burden of the children alone than to have to...
I wouldn't rather, but I have.
What do your children mean to you?
My friends. They're my world, When I wake up in the morning. See, if you don't have a husband or a man with you, your children are always there. So you have someone to call your own. So your children will smile when nobody else will.
Do you want your kids to get married?
Sure. Especially my daughter. My boys, they'd probably be, what you call it? Freelancers.
Freelancers? Yeah. Like their fathers?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
That does seem to be the pattern.
Yeah.
I've come a long ways. Whoa, yes.
Once a single mother like Brenda would not have been so alone in raising children. She was born here in rural North Carolina, surrounded by an extended Baptist family. But her father went north looking for work, and Brenda was raised in Newark. Many summers, she came back south to visit her kinfolk. They still live here and every year hold a family reunion. With her present boyfriend, Lamont Banks, Brenda brought her children down for the occasion. She wanted Bernard especially to see a world different from the streets of Newark.
Every time I got lonely. Oh, Lord, come on, ways. Thank you. That was just beautiful. She told us how we made it to the family reunion.
Let us pray. Almighty, all-wise, and eternal God.
The church was part of the extended family. It was sanctuary, community, comfort, brothers and sisters in faith and consolation.
Oh, what a fellowship, what a peace divine.
When you're away from people that you love and care about, these reunions sort of just makes up for the distance, Spend a little time and you go back and you look forward to the next time. Keeps us together, keeps me going.
I'm lighting this for my great-grandfather and my great.
And I'm hoping that my children will get together and give reunions to keep the flow, keep close with their family.
More than blood, place, and faith held these families together through hard times. There was memory, never more alive than at the old family burial ground. Brenda's 3 aunts brought her and the kids to see where their roots run, far from the main highway, farther still from Newark.
But it was
Did you have
nice.
to work in those days in the field?
Sure, we worked in the field, but they got so much equipment now. People don't have to work hard now.
What was the hardest?
Picking cotton. Picking cotton, that was the hardest.
You all really have strong ties here, don't you, to this piece of earth?
Oh, of course, sure.
Is this cemetery all Wardricks?
As far as I know,
This is the
it's
old
a
family.
Wardrick family.
Now, that would be Bernard's great-great-grandfather.
Right.
What kind of man was he?
Wonderful.
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 Brenda, do you try to tell your kids about the family?
Yes, I do. As much as I possibly can. And whenever I come home, I always ask questions. It's a lot that I don't know. And I'm still learning a lot about people.
But there's a lot you want to know?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I want my children to know.
Why?
Because I think they should know who they are and where they come from and what we all stand for. I just get a good feeling when I'm here, you know, and I want to share that with my kids.
Together we stand. Right, we must fall.
Together we stand.
Yes, sir.
You think that's true as a family?
Yes, sir.
It's hard to hold a family together, though, isn't it?
True.
It's true.
Think it's harder today than it was when you were little?
Seems to be. I can remember years ago when if something happened over here, our family in Virginia was right here.
Everybody pitch in.
Right. And now you never hear of that. But it's up to us to try and keep it together. But this is what we were taught. Love and affection, that's the only way we can make it.
Bernard, this is such a change from Newark. What do you think when you're here in this place?
I enjoy coming to visit, but, you know, I wouldn't like to live here.
Why?
The environment isn't the same. You got about 20 to 30 houses on one block. And down here, you know, you got like a half a mile. Before you
a lot more action up there, right?
Yeah, I enjoy when I come down here. I love to visit. But I wouldn't like to live down here.
What do you think your life would be without if you didn't have these folks here and didn't come to these reunions?
Empty. Maybe almost not belonging somewhere. I just couldn't imagine not having this here, you know.
Of course, you have these reunions and this place and these people to fall back on. What do you think your children will have to fall back on?
This is what I'm trying to share with them, so that they will have this too.
But it's this, not Newark, isn't it?
Yeah. They won't. They're missing a lot. Because this is where I was born and they were born in Newark. I don't think they're not as fortunate.
But Bernard calls this home and doesn't miss the extended family that means so much to his mother. His notion of extended family means something different. The rap group, Friends from the Street, and Brenda's boyfriend, Lamont Banks. Lamont is 31 years old, and much of what has happened over the last generation to the young black man who grew up in a broken family in the inner city is reflected in his experience. Lamont was raised in Newark by a single mother and grew up on the street. Now he has 2 children of his own who live with their mother in another part of town. He works when he can cleaning oil drums, but does not support his children or Brenda's. He has become one of Bernard's acting role models. He told us what it was like to spend his teenage years, as Bernard is doing, in the school of the street.
I grew up hard. I grew up basically being the man of my family at 13. Mommy was there, but Mommy was like always saying, well, she needed this, or it was hard, and, you know, sometimes we'd go in the house and didn't have no food. You know what I mean? And I couldn't take that sometimes, you know. So I would take to the streets.
And
whatever was necessary so I could bring my mother some type of relief or help.
Steal?
If it took that.
How did you as a kid get caught up in that street life?
Hanging with a crowd.
What happened? Give me some examples.
I was going with this girl, and at 12 years old. And these other guys liked her, and they jumped me. And I got me a bat, and I put me some nails in this bat. And I taped this bat up with these nails in it. And I went looking for these guys. And each one I caught, I hit them with this bat. And I hurt them with this bat, you know?
What happened?
Their parents came to my mother with the police, and they locked me up. Several years later, I shot a guy out of anger.
Anger?
Anger. What he had done to me had maybe hurt my feelings, but not so much to the point where I should have did what I done.
What did he do?
You know, he spit on me.
And you shot him?
And I shot him. Not that I probably couldn't beat him, but I was just that angry to the point where I wanted to kill somebody.
And you had the gun on you?
A rifle, not a gun, a rifle.
Was it normal to carry a gun when you were growing up?
Yeah, to protect yourself.
What does a kid need to know to be smart on the street, to be a big man?
To be hateful, be mean. Don't care about the next person. If you get in my way, I don't go around you, I go over you.
A doctor told me yesterday that 1 out of every 15 kids on the streets of Newark could be dead by the end of this year. There's so much violence.
It's a lot. Yeah.
How are you going to keep Bernard from being one of those?
Well, basically with Bernard, you give him a strict rule. And hopefully he follows it. You know, he ain't no special child or nothing like that. But if you tell Bernard something, Bernard will listen and Bernard will do it.
Is there a tug of war between the street and what you imagine yourself becoming one day?
Yes, because I really be hoping to get up out of this. And it's be times I'll be wondering, well, how I'm going to do it. And if I'll be able to do it. But I really think I'll be able to because I'm strong.
The street's strong too, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It really is because it's a lot of things that's out there that be, pull you back. But you stand to the right things and do the right thing, you can make it.
I actually get the sense talking to Bernard that he's still a little boy struggling to be a man, and he's more boy than man.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think he has a chance to get out of here to a good environment, fresh start?
I hope so. I hope so. And that's all I can say is to hope.
Does your heart sometimes beat twice when you see him walk down those steps and out into that?
Every day. Every day. I wonder if he'll reach his destination safely and then return back home. My relief is when I hear his key turn in the door in the afternoon, and I know at least it's back home.
That chili you had for dinner has just started a 3-alarm fire inside you. Alka-Seltzer to the rescue. Alka-Seltzer goes to work instantly to take the burn.
Tonight.
You won't find in these neighborhoods the primetime family of Bill Cosby. There are successful, strong black families in America, families that affirm parental authority and the values of discipline, work, and achievement. But not many live around here. Still, not every girl in the inner city ends up a teenage mother. Not every young man goes into crime. There are people who have stayed here to fight for these kids. They're outnumbered by the con artists and pushers. It's not an even match, but they stand for morality and authority and give some of these kids a bracing dose of unsentimental love. When their own fathers are missing, kids need someone else to stand in, to practice damage control lest the street take over. For these kids, that someone is Detective Shaheed Jackson of the Newark Police. He came by his street smarts the hard way.
Well, I came up out of the streets, so I know how to get around a lot of that stuff. And I guess the older you get, the more you learn. I was fortunate enough coming up that I never got caught. And I grew out of the streets, but yet I still have some of the street in me.
There was a time when he wasn't sure he would make it off those streets. He was an unmarried father at 18, and he had his share of troubles. But he was raised by 2 parents. His father was a Baptist minister, and they pushed him to make something of himself.
On Sunday morning on my block, you would see each family almost coming out going to church. You know, you don't see that anymore, the family unity.
When he was 21, Shaheed Jackson joined the police department. Although he handled security for us while we were in Newark, his beat is the kids of the neighborhood who look up to him as if he were their father. What he can do with them here, he knows, is just warm up for what they face out of the ring and out of his reach.
Going for the title. Work, title!
What have you learned about these kids?
That they need somebody to love them. You know, they identify with us because excuse the expression, we don't take any crap. You know, you come in here, you got to be disciplined, you got to, you know, follow the rules and regulations, because when they go out here and deal with life, they're going to have to follow rules and regulations in life.
Self-control and self-esteem, far more important than a good left hook. That's his message to kids like Bernard Wardwick. He's been coaching Bernard for the past 4 years.
It's like a big brother-father image with me and Bernard. There's been times when he's gotten me mad and I've spanked him, you know, and his mother knows I'll spank him and he knows I'll spank him. And sometimes that's what a kid needs to know. Freedom is a lot of times destruction. The more freedom a man has, a lot of times he'll just self-destruct. So I try to, you know, keep him in a little cage. Keep him in my arms.
Somebody has to say no.
Yeah, somebody has to say, no, you cannot do this.
A lot of these kids grew up with nobody saying no.
Right.
Do you think it's important for them to have men around?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you have a one-parent family and it's a mother, she cannot teach you all of the things that a man can teach a son. There's no way.
So where do they learn the routine techniques of just daily work and living? They don't.
Unless they get it from their parents, they'll get it from the streets.
How do these kids on the streets make it?
He could either be a stick-up man if he stays in the streets. He could be a mugger. He could be a drug dealer. There's so many different things. Like you get a kid who's a good boxer, and a drug dealer may say, hey, you want to make so much money a day? Just make sure nobody stick up my man here.
He becomes a soldier for the drug dealer.
Or a strong arm, you know.
Helping to protect the drug dealer.
Helping to protect him. Because if he can make $100 a day or $60 a day just standing there watching something, and, you know, he does it. That's the battle that you got to deal with. You know, that's the war, to try to convince them that that stuff isn't, in the streets, isn't what's in their best interest.
Does it worry you that Bernard could fall into that?
I think he could go either way, but I think if he does, it'll be something that'll really hurt me, so I don't think I'll let him go. You know, he's like a son to me.
What do you think's ahead for kids like Timothy and Alessandra?
It's going to be rough. It's like hell where they live. And Alice is sweet as hell, but she loves Timothy. I would say if Alice had a husband that was strong, she could do something with her life.
Is a kid like Timothy, what happens to a kid like that down the road?
He's like a guy on a trip without a road map. Timothy's just out there. Timothy doesn't know which way he wants to go, what he wants to do. Timothy is a guy with great talent. As far as art, the kid could draw anything. But Timothy is a ladies' man.
Is that a point of pride with him? Accomplishment?
To him, I would imagine, yeah, it's an accomplishment.
Where does he get any money, Shahid? He doesn't work. He told me he hadn't had a job in 2 years.
Oh, Alice gets her assistance, I imagine.
Welfare?
Yeah, welfare and stuff. And
that happened a lot? The mother gets public assistance and helps the guy on the side?
Oh, I don't know if you would say they help him, but, you know, it's a lot of guys that I know that just goes around looking for welfare mothers. And they may have 6 of them like that and get a little piece of money out of each of them. That's their job. You know, that's their hustle.
What do you think about welfare?
Welfare, to me, some people need it. You know, I'll be for real. Some people really actually need it. And then others take advantage of it.
Sandra Alice told me yesterday that she thinks welfare has made her lazy.
Yeah, because it's there. You know that your food is going to be there every month, because with the welfare finance come food stamps. Then you get Medicaid to cover your medical expenses. Welfare is doing everything. You're married to welfare, a lot of the women's. They're more married to welfare than the guys laying in the bed next to them, because he's just a physical thing. The whole backbone of the family is coming out of downtown or out of uptown offices.
Government offices?
Yeah.
Does this cycle of dependency, I mean, what does it do to the values of these kids?
Oh, they see it as a game. You know, somebody owes me something. Somebody's going to take care of me. It's not the self-esteem.
What do you think's ahead for kids like Timothy?
Maybe he'll get shot or he'll pick up a gun to protect himself and he'll get shot by a police officer pulling it, or he'll get arrested.
Some of these kids are just losers, aren't they?
Sad as it is.
I mean, yeah, you're born into a dead end, you know, and you're in that rut. If you're born into that type of situation, how do you escape? That's the biggest question that I would like to answer. So I can start getting these kids to know it.
Why do they have kids so early? Why do these children have children? This is a dead end. That's a perfect description for it.
Well, when I was growing up, sex was almost a dirty word. Now sex is what's happening. You know, they see sex in TV, sex in movies, sex everywhere. You know, and some girls think it's cute walking down the street pregnant.
Don't you ever get discouraged?
I get discouraged. I lock people up. I get in fights.
Don't you ever want to walk away from it?
Yes, but I feel like so many people has done that. To me, I hate to lose. I hate to lose, and I never would have started working with kids if I didn't, you know, for me to walk away from it, I feel like I lost.
Dr. George Jackson is a practicing psychologist who teaches at Howard University. He is blind. 3 days a week, he counsels Newark kids referred to him by the courts and the social workers. Dr. Jackson cannot see, but he has heard over and over what the breakdown of the family means to children.
We see depression. We see terrible anger. We see a lack of expectancy.
What are they angry about?
Children are born without any understanding as to how to manage their feelings, and it's through the training and teaching that these foundations are set. Children who are the children of children are not being trained to understand how to manage their feelings. So they want when they want what they want when they want it. And when they don't get it, they get angry.
I talked to a young man yesterday, 30 now. Well, he described what happened to him when he was 15, how he took a baseball bat to somebody who'd messed with his girlfriend, how he actually shot somebody who had spit on him. What causes that hair trigger emotion?
If you have no respect for life, you then will try to destroy or dismantle another person. It won't matter to you. Such a person doesn't have a conscience. And I think that, again, we don't have the foundations. The foundations weren't set.
We've talked to one 27-year-old father. He has 7 kids he's not caring for. 7 kids by several different women. Why? Why does that happen?
If you're a rolling stone, and if the father before you was a rolling stone, or there are no values to constrain you from this behavior, then you have, you do this and you do it with impunity.
It becomes a badge of honor?
Right, and it's the only badge of honor that you expect to get.
Do they feel any sense of guilt over their impotence as fathers?
No. Not the kind of guilt that would be appropriate to changing the behavior.
Are we breeding a new outlaw society?
We're breeding a society more that will destroy itself.
So people say, well, that doesn't bother me. I mean, as long as they stay in Newark and shoot each other and mug each other and screw each other, so what do I care?
But what goes around comes around. It may appear that these individuals are on reservations, they're isolated, but you cannot really divorce yourself from what happens to other people in this country. And if you design a society, a sub-society where people will annihilate themselves, it won't be long before this becomes a disease that infects the entire population.
You don't think we can run to the suburbs anymore?
No, I think you can run, but you can't hide.
All right, who are the last people on the field?
James Wallace chose not to run or to hide. He learned in his own youth that one person who cares can make a difference.
When I came up, I wasn't what you would call an angel. I did little things. I was a one-parent family. I only had a mother. That's why I can relate to these kids. But there was another older man that took interest in me and showed me the right way.
And he said to you, you matter.
Yes. Yes, he said, you have more to offer than what you're doing.
20 years ago, James Wallace began telling young people they matter. At first, he ran after-school programs.
Nice hustle, kid, nice hustle.
Now he and his wife, Carolyn, head the International Youth Organization, a community center in the heart of Newark. If James Wallace is a surrogate father to many kids, Carolyn Wallace is a surrogate mother. She's seen too many children grow up and stumble, not to be angry.
If the parent is 17 and 18, uneducated, unmotivated, fooling around, wandering around, what's the child going to learn? Who's to teach him? When you learn something, you was taught by your parents. It was reinforced by school and your neighbors, but it was taught by your parents. Your parents said, Bill, you better not do that. Don't put that plug over there. You're going to get hurt, a whipping, right? Your parents did it. Well, if the parents don't know anything, how are they going to teach the children? Now, if we have a generation of that kind of thing happening and the kids are coming up under that, then we got another generation of lost young people.
Why are there so many single-parent households?
Have you been walking the streets in Newark lately? All our young men are out on the corner, just absolutely doing nothing. That's the problem.
Why, what's happened to those young men? What's happened to the black man?
It's like they've given up. It's like they're really not a part of what's going on.
Why are they not? Why have they given up?
There aren't that many jobs, okay, for the laborer like there used to be. And they're just totally unmotivated. And society has made living for the women without the husband or without the male easy.
Oh?
Yeah, welfare. I think welfare is not the best thing for everybody.
Tell me why.
Because it provides you with some kind of income that you sooner or later just settle for. I know I was on welfare. I've been on welfare.
Are you suggesting that we do away with welfare?
No. I'm saying it has to be upgraded. For instance, I have some young people here that are on welfare, okay, but would like to work. But they can't work and make a coin because everything you make is taken away from your check.
Can you push the solution even further back? Is there any way to stop the cycle of teenage pregnancies?
That's so difficult to even talk about. In my heart, I think I have a solution, and I know now it may rub people the wrong way. But I believe that teenage pregnancy cannot be stopped by programs. It has to be morals, and morals come from God. And somewhere along the line, the black family kind of strayed away from that, and I believe we need it.
You say the moral values have changed.
Oh, yes. It's morally acceptable to have babies. It was not morally acceptable years ago. That's hurting the black family.
What I hear you saying is that even though racism may have brought about these circumstances, even though society may have created conditions that are terrible, you're saying you have to be responsible. You have to practice discipline and self-restraint.
That's right. We are destroying ourselves. Now, it might have been motivated and plotted and seeded with racism, but we're content to be in this well now, okay? We're just content to be in this mud, and we need to get out of it. There aren't any great white people running around in this block tearing up stuff. It's us. We've got to stop doing that.
Does the civil rights movement, which came to its peak in the 60s, have anything to say to this?
The civil rights to the young people now is a foreign word. What does it really mean to them? They don't have any knowledge about it.
The issue now is different, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm quite sure it is. If Martin Luther King were alive, he would not be talking about the things I think he was talking about, labor and all that. I think he'd be talking about the black family.
And you're worried about the survival of the black family. You think it's precarious?
I think it's going to be an endangered species.
Even though the messages that kids are getting from society seems to say, do anything you want to, the United States government of New Jersey, a white man like Moyers cannot step in and say to young black kids, it's not right to have children out of wedlock. Welfare needs to be changed. You've got to take responsibility. Who's going to say these things to these kids?
Why can't you say it?
They won't listen to me.
Doesn't make any difference. You got to say it anyway. They may not listen to me either. But I'm saying if you say it in your corner and I say it in my corner and everybody is saying it, it's going to be like a drum beat. And sooner or later it will sound. But it's not just for me to talk about. It's for all of us to talk about. And I think it's going to surpass colors. And you're not going to be safe. I'm not going to be safe. And nobody's going to be safe unless we all send out this drumbeat. Hey, let's deal with it. Let's deal with the problem.
It's 18 after the hour. These
last 20 years have seen some meaningful gains for this nation's more than 26 million black citizens. But the black family, as an institution, has been pulled further and further apart. This is the subject of a CBS Reports documentary, which is going to air tomorrow night. It is called The Vanishing Family: Crisis in Black America. It is reported by CBS News correspondent Bill Moyers. He joins us this morning to talk about the program. He's brought along some excerpts so that we can get a sense of what the documentary is about. Now, in this first one, we're going to hear from a girl who first became pregnant at the age of 15.
I dreamed that having a little baby, you could just cuddle in your arm and just hug all the time. Kiss on it, smell it, because it's so sweet. I thought it'd be fun until I had her.
The essence of the report is that the black family, particularly in those poor ghettos, is continuing to be torn asunder. And I have remarked, as I've been reading what people have said about the documentary, that among black citizens and white citizens, there is surprise to hear this information.
Yes, this is an issue that we swept under the rug back in the 1960s when it was first raised. It was the time of the pitched civil rights battles trying to defeat Jim Crow and end official discrimination, and blacks felt that to raise this kind of issue now would play into the hands of the white segregationists. But in fact, over the last 25 years, the number of children living with single women, the number of children without fathers, the number of women trying to make it on their own out in the inner city ghettos, these numbers have increased astronomically until the University of Chicago study predicts that if the present trend continues, and it is continuing, by the year 2000, just 14 years from now, over 70% of all black families in this country will be headed by a single woman, and only 30% of black men will be employed. That's a devastating situation.
You know, one of the most powerful lines from the documentary is what you say about how in 2 centuries, the black family could not be torn apart, but it is being done in 1 generation. And I wonder if that's because it has a certain impetus. If you were raised by a single parent, you may be more inclined to continue that.
The ghetto is a cage, and its walls are mirrors, and the mirrors reflect back to the people living there the behavior that they're experiencing. So a child grows up with no role model as a father in the house, a child grows up with a mother on welfare, and assumes that's the norm. A peculiar normalcy has taken over in these precincts of America and is repeating itself. Own rules, own regulation, feeds on itself. A vicious, violent cycle has begun. The interesting thing, as you indicated, is that in 1960, 3 out of 4 black children had 2 parents at home. Today, almost 60% live with 1 parent.
I must get to another, we only have a little time, and I want to get to this. Children having children. This is one of the young fathers, a young boy.
Because the attitude he has makes him care about nothing, not his mother, his brother, or even his cousins. He think life is all about on the streets, being a 2-time loser and a petty thief. But everybody know that you're a thief of the week because you're no good for nothing. You swear you're good for something. Homeboy, the only thing you're good for is fronting.
When you're out on that street, is it dangerous?
It's dangerous, play. Yeah. It's dangerous. Any day you can go outside, anything can happen to you.
Yeah, but it's how you make it, too.
Yeah.
Can a guy get killed on the street easily?
Sure. See how you blink your eye?
Like that.
Yeah.
Killed just like that.
The hard part is going to be finding the answers to the way out of this.
There is no single answer, and it's going to take decades, but there are some small signs of hope. The wonderful thing is that they were very open with me, they were very candid with me, they received me almost with biblical hospitality, even though I was white. I'm the only white face in the film. I was white. I could not have asked for better interviews.
It really is an extraordinary documentary, and if I could make any recommendation that will encourage people to watch, I will do that. It is Bill Moyers. It is tomorrow night, 2 hours on CBS, so do please watch. It is 22 minutes after the hour.
In our next half hour, William the Refrigerator Perry.
So far, we've listened this evening to the people who are actually living the experience that was the subject of this broadcast. Now we want to hear from some people who come at the issue from different angles. With me are the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Charles Knox, who was born and reared in Newark and is now director of police there. He introduced me to Shaheed Jackson, whom Director Knox personally assigned to the police athletic program in Newark. Eleanor Holmes Norton, who once chaired the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and is now professor of law at Georgetown University. And Dr. Glenn Lowry, professor of political economy at the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard and a member of the Council for a Black Economic Agenda. Dr. Lowry, as you listened to those voices, what went through your mind?
Well, I was deeply moved. I was impressed with what I perceived to be the great strengths of character in some of the individuals. I was dismayed at what I perceive as the profundity of the problem that confronts us. I was encouraged by some of what I heard said, particularly the emphasis on values. The strength and the helping hand that I saw coming from some people indigenous to that community made me hopeful about the possibilities that we can, even at this late date, still make a significant dent in the problem. But realistically, I was also chastened by the sense of the fact that we've got an awfully long way to go. It'll be decades before we can actually turn the circumstance around.
What do you think, each of you, what do you think can be done to break the cycle of children born of children born of children? The third generation, as you saw in the film, of teenage mothers in one family. What can be done practically, specifically?
This is not like any other social problem that has ever arisen in this country. This is not like unemployment. This is not like teenage delinquency. This is not even like children who can't read. This is a conundrum. This is a well. I want to get to it. I want to describe the beast before I try to get to the remedy. When you have a phenomenon as complex as to have cut to the very heart of the most basic institution in society, the family, you have got a real problem on your hands. There's no question that the mobilization, internal mobilization of the black community, as if their life depended on it, because it does, is the first priority. But we've got to understand as well what the context is. The social and moral context goes against what is happening in the United States today. Sex and crime and undisciplined forces surround the black community, do not emanate from it.
Comes in through the tube every night.
Comes in through the tube, is piped in 1,000 different ways. So that the black community is going against the grain, but go against the grain it must. It's got to do that itself. But again, in order to avoid the cynical connotation that this can be done in a self-made fashion without, for example, the jobs for the teenage boys to go to, is to create the possibility of an even worse situation. One thing I think we who prescribe remedies forget, and that is that virtually none of us are truly self-made people. Somewhere you can find something that made a difference. When you say to a boy that's 15, the last boy, for example, we don't know which way he's going. If that boy is born of, let us say, a functionally illiterate mother, grows up surrounded by a pathological environment, and we say, hey, go out there and make something of yourself, we are in effect saying, recreate yourself in a way that nobody I personally know has done. At the very least, society has some responsibility.
This is not an easy society in which to pull oneself up by one's bootstraps.
Not any longer.
No, it's not.
My point is on this issue of sex education and sex discipline and self-respect, there must be a massive countercultural movement by no less than the people who have the ears of the masses of our young people. The first generation by age 15 has watched 18,000 hours of television, about 700,000 murders, 20-odd thousand hours of radio, less than 11,000 hours of school, and less than 3,000 hours of church. So who has the maximum access to our children's minds? Mass media has more access and makes a greater impression than home, church, and school combined. That's a kind of centralization of our society, where very central messages are being fed in, saying that babies making babies. An idea of a girl thinking that being pregnant is a beautiful profile as a sense of being, of looking all right. That says that the decadence has hit a point where we must en masse join hands and stop finger pointing and go another way.
It's not only that, it's the music. You know, even our music, every song you hear, there's no real message except more sex, more lowering of your values and morals. You know, you can't even hear a good song. Song has a good beat, but you listen to the words are outrageous.
Director Knox, you heard in the beginning of the broadcast some of the young women say male figures are not essential. They don't think their children need a father. Did that ring true to you on the basis of your experience with these kids?
I think that a family means a husband and a wife. Yeah. So I'm very, very perplexed, to hear females say that they don't believe that they need to have a man around.
I think people say what they have to say. These women don't have any prospect of marriage, and so they have rationalized their lives the way they see them. We saw women who are surrounded by other women in the prior generation who also had no husbands, and this has become, therefore, intergenerational and expectable, and thus they say what indeed turns out to be, at least for them, quite realistic.
That's one concern. Secondly, there are some areas in there of moral degeneracy. The young man with all of the babies without any sense of responsibility, that is moral degeneracy, and it's not genetic, it's environmental, and therefore we have some obligation to speak of the need for moral regeneration.
The danger is that in the process of giving this problem, which I think is a discrete and identifiable problem, too much attention, we will stigmatize the individuals involved, and we will adversely affect the way in which the rest of the American society perceives this problem. The danger is well-founded because there are people in this society who would make use of these kinds of images in order to legitimize certain mean-spirited policy inclinations that they have and not deal seriously with the problem. But what I want to say is that there is a discrete, identifiable inner-city context, such as that described in Newark, which is repeated in many, many other communities around the country, and which is in some ways different from, not better or worse, but different in its particulars from the situation of West Virginia or of rural Arkansas or whatever. We could see in this film the importance of peers, the importance of what might be called the local culture, the values and the interactions between people that were happening in that particular context.
You know, Bill, the reason I keep trying to keep this issue broader than just a black situation, A, for the reason that Dr. Lyra said it. I remember once speaking in a Washington, D.C. school about the impact of drugs and liquor and babies making babies and violence. And I challenged the youth in that environment to make a choice, as it were, the youth to choose hope over dope and to give life a chance. And those who could really hear me with their inner ear to come forward. 600, about 300 came forward having experimented with some form of drugs. And it was traumatic to see that many boys and girls come forward. And so next day I went to Montgomery County and then went to the Latin school just outside of Harvard there in Boston. And when white children came forward in even greater numbers, it shifted from they got a problem to we got a problem.
I said in the beginning of the program that white families are in trouble too. The single-parent family is twice as common in the country as it was 20 years ago. But in the 1960s, when this issue of what was happening, the breakdown of the black family in particular, was raised, we all retreated from it. And as a consequence of that, blacks, in meetings that I've attended and read about and listened to, are debating the issue within the black community. And the facts are there. They come from the Census Bureau, they come from the Children's Defense Fund, that the rate of birth to black teens is twice that for whites. Women had 50% of all black families with children under 18 compared to 15% for white children. Only 41% of black children are living with both parents compared to 80% of white children and 70% of Hispanic children. So while it is true that white families are in trouble, that blacks are not the only ones who have children out of wedlock, the reality says that it's pronounced, it's exaggerated, it's concentrated in many respects among black families. Are you willing to admit that?
I'm not only willing to admit it, I think we've got to sound the alarm about it. And I think increasingly that alarm is being sounded from within the black community, and that is the important change, I think, that has occurred. There is no question that this is a phenomenon that stretches across the face of the United States, and I couldn't agree with Jesse more, that we have to deal with it in its national context. At the same time, I think it is clear that it has reached crisis proportions in our community when half of all the children are being born to single women who are disproportionately poor. We see the face of the next generation of black people. And if we keep this up, if we don't find a way to intervene, and it is so complex that intervention has got to take place on a number of levels, but if we do not find a way to intervene, we are going to see progressively greater disadvantage with each generation of black people, which is the antithesis of the American imperative.
There is a study at the University of Chicago that says if action is not taken, the year 2000, 14 years from now, we'll see 70% of all black families headed by single women and only 30% of black men employed. Now, that's the future you're talking about.
And you know, in some sense, when we had the lack of government support mechanisms in days gone by, the only bulwark we had really was a sense of moral resistance, a sense of discipline, a sense of hope against hopelessness.
What's happened to that?
Well, in some sense, that hope has many of the grapes have been turned into raisins, and a lot of despair has set in. And I remember some years ago, about 1976, you might recall, Attorney Norton and I began to talk about in our schools about opportunity was about to outdistance effort, and that a formula of effort to the third power plus opportunity represented a breakthrough. And somehow we must keep this balance between effort and opportunity. In one sense, is in this film an awful lot of despair, and in our analysis of it, we must not give the impression that we're defending it or trying to justify it, because it really is unjustifiable. I go to schools, Bill, and I'll ask 4,000 to 5,000 children, white, black, and brown, how many of you know someone who is dead because of drugs? Almost every hand will go up. How many know someone who is in jail because of drugs? Every hand goes up. In your generation. How many know someone at this school who has taken drugs? Hands up. How many know someone who has brought a gun or a knife to school? And I'll tell you whether it is the suburbs of Montgomery County, or San Diego, or Newark, or Boston, it is a pervasive threat to this generation of young people. And the most fundamental question when I ask them, do you believe taking drugs and babies having babies is morally wrong? There's a split opinion. There's no absolute ethic or moral resistance.
Mrs. Wallace said that.
To taking drugs or the baby. Then I say, well, do you think that taking drugs will kill you? Well, we're not sure. You can afford a baby. Not sure. So there is neither the moral nor the mental resistance at this point to the drug alcohol phenomenon or the babies making babies.
Now let's take three specific issues that were raised by the film, and we'll start with welfare. Charles Murray, in his book Losing Ground, called for scrapping the entire federal welfare and income support structure for people who can work, ADFC, Medicaid, food stamps, subsidized housing, and so on. He says this would leave the working age person with no recourse whatsoever except the job market, family members, friends, and public or private locally funded sources. Do away with it altogether. Force people to look for help from their peers and from whatever sources are nearby. And you saw in the film that one mother said, welfare makes me lazy. You heard Shaheed Jackson, your compatriot, say that it's become a way of life for many men over there. What do you think about welfare as a specific factor in this problem? Director Knox?
Well, I don't think we should do away with it. I think some people need it. I don't think that we should allow it to be a self-perpetuating institution, though. What happens is there's no steps taken to provide any incentive for people to get off of it. The result is you end up with people who are hopeless, who feel that that's the easy way out, and particularly in my profession, it creates a real problem for me.
How come?
Because I find that some of the kids that you saw in those films, guys like the slick one who walks around and he makes all these babies and he has no sense of responsibility, is the same stick-up guy that I have to arrest every day. See, not only is the impact on me, but he impacts on everyone else in our community. And the result is that we don't have any place to put these guys, and I'm a firm believer that some of them are unsalvageable. You know, as much as I feel,
like Shaheed said,
that's right. As much as I feel compassion, you know, for trying to salvage kids that can be salvaged, you know, by providing another alternative for them except for this crime and stuff, I believe that some of them are unsalvageable. And I based that on 21 years of police experience.
You put your pencil down on the table when he said that. Were you disagreeing or agreeing with him? Are we going to have to give up on some of these and try for the next generation?
Well, I hate to say we have to give up, but I agree that we are sometimes confronted with individuals whose behavior compels of us as a pragmatic and moral matter that they be dealt with accordingly. And people who are violently brutalizing their primarily black neighbors in the central cities of this country, it seems to me, warrant that kind of response.
We'll come back on that point in just 1 minute after this message. Is there anything that can be done that would use welfare to promote self-reliance but not harm the children who really do need it?
We already have some idea of what to do about the welfare system because we have some models that are beginning to emerge, I must say, out of state and local levels because the federal government has abandoned any effort to reform the welfare system even as it tries to destroy it. We see in the Massachusetts example, the so-called ET example, education and training, where welfare recipients sign up for educational training, and we're told this was voluntary, except that Massachusetts found itself overwhelmed with volunteers who wanted to sign up and get off of welfare. And this program, by all accounts, has been unusually successful, and indeed it's now being copied in other states. New York and California have adopted versions of it. Indeed, if your tape, if your film, had any glaring fault, it was the failure to render the black women who in fact are going out here every day, though they do have children and working, who are leaving their children catch as catch can with whoever in the neighborhood can take care of them rather than go on welfare. And of course that is the average black female single-headed family, not the family on welfare, although the family on welfare is certainly abounds in the most desperate parts of the black community. The fact is that our welfare system really needs to be redesigned altogether, not as Murray would have it, to increase not only misery, but pathology in the ghetto by undergirding female-headed households with no support, but converting the welfare system itself into a work and training system. Every poll that has ever been taken of women on welfare has showed that they want it to work, and yet the great failing of the federal government for at least the 25 years it has been on notice of this has been to, in fact, reform the welfare system into an education, training, and work system.
Bill, you know, the first thing we really must establish that this problem is not genetic or natural, it is social. And therefore it is not racial in that sense. It's important to establish for the persons watching this, you know, in rural America and suburban America, that this is not genetic or racial. We don't need to dig those studies back up again. This is a social situation.
What is it? Is it a cycle that just keeps beaming itself back like a mirror, and these children learn it and they repeat it?
An environment with limited options that retreads itself, that kind of feeds up on itself.
The opportunities aren't that great to get out of it. Some people escape it, but most people don't. And I think that it's time for us to really, really become very serious about doing something about the ghettos.
That's right. People really have four options to make a living. One is, the first option is the private economy. People would rather have a good-paying private job. If that does not work, a good-paying public or a government job. If that does not work, welfare. If that does not work, then the illicit economy, or the hustle, or the underground economy. So people really kind of got four options in that sense. The pain, when we look at the bottom of it, when my sons Jonathan and Jess and I went to jail over the Free South Africa issue, I counseled about 25 young men that night and saw some of this, Dr. Holmes, face to face. Neither had a father at home. Only one had a dream. I would like to be a policeman, he said, but then since I was been arrested, I don't want to be a policeman either. So Johnny said, and this was the son of mine that went to high school in Chicago, and Mr. Paul Barrett, 12 funerals in 3 years. 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. He said, Dad, you don't understand, these boys can't lose. I said, John, they've already lost. They're in jail at 14 and 15. He said, no, Dad. Said, one, if they rob a bank and get the money, they win. They get caught, they go to jail, it's warm, they're with their friends, they can eat, get medicine if they're sick. To get killed out of their misery. And Dad, to have a generation of young people living in these kind of conditions is dangerous. We must wake up. When you dehumanize people to the point where they have lost their sense of conscience, their sense of moral responsibility, we cannot confine this predicament to that ghetto. And that's again why everybody has a vested interest in addressing it. For some of them, art is a way out. For some, athletics is a way out. For some, a music a way out. For some others, it must be trade training. It must be jobs and education as ways out.
You come back often to what government should do. Mr. Knox mentioned it. You raised it indirectly in the welfare reforms, but that goes against the grain of so much that you have written and said. You said just recently, dealing with behavioral problems, with community values, with attitudes and beliefs about responsibility, work, family, and schooling is not something government is well suited to do. Teaching of oughts properly belong in the hands of private volunteer associations, churches, families, community groups. Will more government programs help?
I think it depends on what those programs are. I mean, there have been White House conferences on the family or on families. There was one back in the mid-'60s that was gutted of any substantive content because of the furor around talking about the black family. President Carter finally managed to hold a White House conference on the families, which too was fairly weak by virtue of the fact that the enormous number of interest from gay rights activists to radical feminists who had to have their imprint on the agenda was such that it was impossible to focus it on, if you will, the kinds of traditional values that we heard so many people in that film hark back to. I think government is involved by virtue of the fact that the safety net kind of support that welfare and other programs provide is absolutely essential for a decent society, and that it has a significant impact on the lives of the people who receive the benefits. Mr. Murray, in my judgment, is wrong to call for the draconian solution of cutting all benefits to able-bodied persons, but I think he is right, and profoundly so, to call our attention to the extent to which the way in which we try to help may sometimes undermine the moral fiber of the people that we're trying to assist.
Bill, I don't think you should try to over-polarize our points of view, really, because
are they polarized?
Well, no,
I don't think they're
so much of what he, well,
let me go on, though. I want to make,
much of what he is saying, the sense of compassion, he is mixing with the government situation, which could create dependency syndrome, has a sense of soundness right around this table. The system itself is now beginning to hurt people by not having ways out. If there's no incentive to earn, if you make $1, they take $1, that's bad. Or if you got a 10th grade education, get a GED, there's no incentive to go further. That's bad. So if you're locked in without earn or learn way out, if the father does come home, you lose that which you do have, so keep him away. If you get another baby, you get a little more increment. That's a terrible inducement, you see. That system must give way to a human development system that has positive presuppositions about human beings rather than negative presupposition.
The issue is that we passed legislation in the 60s. We started these programs. We enhanced welfare. We did a lot of things, and the situation has gotten worse and worse. There are more.
Obviously, welfare hasn't contributed much to that, since welfare has lost more than 30% in actual dollars since the early 70s. I think one's got to start talking about values, as the last lady said on
Mrs.
the tape.
Wallace?
She said the drum beat's got to go out. Look, just like they listen to the rap, we've got to have this rap go out. But I fear that, for example, a society that says to the woman with 3 children, you ought to be out here working, and she says, I feel lazy when I'm not working, but makes it absolutely impossible for her to work without throwing her children in the streets.
And isn't she
creates
already
grave cynicism in her about values. It's a holier than thou, Eleanor Norton, says you ought to work, but of course Eleanor Norton has somebody take care of her children, and I don't. We've got to be very careful during this period that we make it clear that we expect more from the very poor, and we're willing to do something to make that more happen. That's why I say that the Massachusetts experiment is an important one, because what Massachusetts said was, look, we want you to sign up for work. It was trying to break through this notion that the lady on the tape had, that you sit home and work for a check. People signed up in such huge numbers that they have waiting lists to work. They have saved millions of dollars in Massachusetts in welfare, and what this means is that with the same money that was being put into welfare for women to sit home, women are now out and working with real jobs.
What happened to their children while they were out?
Well, they provided daycare at least for a year.
Because there is the argument that you shouldn't expect welfare recipients to work since they are doing a more valuable service by raising their children. You saw from the film it was the women who were raising the children.
But they're not raising the children. They're not raising them.
That is the answer.
You know, what's happening is these women are young. They keep having babies. And at some point, guys like the guy that was projected in the film, he leaves. And then they have to go out and find some other guy. So the result is, in many instances, the children are neglected. And then the children are raised by their peer group in the streets. Okay, and the result is more problems for me. And more problems for you.
It would be important, Bill, to note that some of those programs you talked about in the 60s did work. And they've not been defended adequately. I mean, Head Start did work. Preschool education. Breakfast and lunch programs helped to wipe out malnutrition substantially. I mean, that did work. Many of my generation otherwise could not have gone to college without a Pell Scholarship grant. It did work. Even the War on Poverty programs gave many of us the first on-hands administrative jobs we ever had. It did work. So when we try to resolve the problem, we should not throw out the baby with the water. We should save that which has worked and build upon it, and not just say it lost because you know it was working even better, but money designed for the war on poverty went in even greater resources to the war on Vietnam.
If I may, would like to return to this question of values because I think there's an aspect that hasn't been touched upon. We look at the inner city of Newark and many other communities. They happen to be black and urban communities. As I say, they have their own texture, their own feel, their own history, and their own culture. And many of the people there who are doing good works have stressed how important it is that we send out right messages about what appropriate behavior is. But that's not easy to do in our society, and it's not easy to mobilize the forces of government behind it, because there are other people in our society, some of them civil libertarians, some of them radical liberationists of one sort or another, who put considerable political weight behind propositions that we ought not to say one thing is right or wrong. Try to teach in a sex education class in New York City that having a kid out of wedlock is wrong, and the value clarifications, people come at you out of the woodwork telling you, well, no, what we should do is let kids find out for themselves. Let's just help them along the way, as it were. Try to deal with kids taking guns into high schools in Detroit where people get shot into the chest by, let's say, using metal detectors to find out whether the kids have guns on their persons when they come into a school building. And the civil libertarians are all over the federal district court finding that that can't be done because it violates someone's conceptions of someone's rights. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not an attorney. There may be very significant issues at stake here that ought to be litigated and so on. But what I'm saying is the thrust of trying to instill values in this kind of community comes into tension with some other thrusts in our society. And it's so easy for people to appropriate the poor en masse in legitimation for their particular conception of how it is that our society ought to be ordered, that this kind of experience ought to call to mind for us that maybe what's really needed to get at these hardcore poverty problems is not the same thing as the contemporary agenda of the National Organization for Women.
You've said there is... Excuse me.
Well, I just want to say that I can understand Dr. Lowry's frustration. In a pluralist society, there are going to be many messages and counter messages. By the way, I'm less worried about the messages that come from the National Organization of Women or the ACLU than I am about the messages that come from within our own community, some of the rap music, for example, and not the remedial or curative type, but some of the type that the young man himself made up. That's one reason why I think that the leadership on values here has to be taken by the black community. The black community has very deep-rooted values that have survived over years that would have eroded the values of a lesser people.
Well, Dr. Lowry has said the responsibility for the behavior of black youngsters lies squarely on the shoulders of the black community itself. That's a pretty strong statement. Why is it only a black responsibility?
It's not only a black responsibility, but it is a black responsibility. Do you see what I mean? We are a republic. We are a nation of persons of many different ethnic groups. As a political community, we have obligations to each other, including the provision of minimal subsistence to those who otherwise wouldn't have it. It's not a racial issue. But we are also a pluralistic society. Culturally, sociologically, we're a many-layered, complex interweaving of distinct traditions. And those traditions, being distinct and being important to some and not to others, also have a role to play in this problem. And so When I say, as you quoted me as saying about blacks, I'm not speaking to the public question about what we as the nation, the US of A, ought to do with respect to how many dollars should be taxed and given to others. But I'm speaking to, if you will, the private question of what this particular community in the urban central city, black, poor, constitutes, as I say, an integral context that we can look at. I am speaking to that, and I think that's a field of endeavor in which blacks have a preponderant advantage in conveying the messages that we want to get conveyed to these kids.
You know, Bill, somebody must say that babies making babies is morally wrong. Babies or young people taking drugs is morally wrong and physically destructive. And we shouldn't be equivocating and hee-hawing about that. That's very clear. And across lines of race and sex.
That's right. We should also be concerned about the number of crimes that are being committed in our communities by our own people. And we have to take a tough stance on that.
I want to pick up on that because I accept his drift. I was in Detroit a few months ago. 12 children had been shot and are killed during the course of that week. There was a sense of outrage about it. We spoke to 20,000 youth in Cobo Hall with the support of Dr. Jefferson and the school system. Great response. And there was a call for metal detectors in the hallways because just as we have them in airports, to stop guns and knives from interfering with pilots flying the airplane, in some instances they can be used to allow teachers to fly in classrooms without being interrupted by the threat of guns and knives and the young man with the machete running down his suit. And that was a kind of outcry. It may have had a legal, technical basis, but it made no moral sense. And we can't stop, in that instance, the technical libertarian from arguing about the student's right to have his gun, but they could not stop us from the right to argue that having metal detectors in that context, not metal detectors for blacks and not for whites or for girls and not for boys and all of that, having those metal detectors would serve the purpose in that instance, equal protection under the law and all of that, of making the school environment a more safe place in which to operate.
Well, on that note, we have to finish this discussion because we're out of time. Thanks to each of you for coming here. We started small in Newark and ended up talking about a national issue. Thank you very much.
All right. So I know that there are lots of thoughts, but before we get into the thoughts, let's go around and have our panelists give us a hello and your name and a little bit about you. And let's do something fun. What interested you in wanting to have this conversation with me? All right, who wants to start first? Not all at once.
I'll go first. My name is Ariel, but I go by Ari. My handle on TikTok is Coach Ari Says. The reason why that is, I am actually a career coach. I work for a nonprofit organization in Chesapeake, Virginia, that actually are trying to get Black people out of low income areas, trying to find them jobs that's higher than the minimum wage. We are pushing out a class in October. We're currently at 30 students that are coming in, and these are all Black people wanting to make a difference, not wanting to be on assistance, which I'm not going to touch on that yet, but that's what I do. And what made me want to be on this panel is because I am currently working on ideas for my dissertation, and this is like close to home. So I found this very interesting, and I'm grateful to be on the panel.
Oh, welcome back. All right, who's next?
I'll go next. I'm Sunny Laluz. My middle name really is Sunshine, so Sunny is not far off. I am an IT program manager, but last year I went through the entire process of opening. My business has been open for over a year. I'm an advocate, an activist. I have an MBA, so I specifically highlight BIPOC, Black, Brown, Indigenous businesses. And I wanted to be part of the panel because These are conversations that I feel like are ongoing and not changing. In 1986, 87, I wasn't even 10 yet. I'm 44 now with 2 grown children and a granddaughter. I can't leave this world this way. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. So that's why I wanted to be a part.
Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Who's
I'll
next?
go next. My name
I
is
like hip hop,
Stephanie.
period.
My name is Stephanie LaShawn. This is my second time on the panel. Currently, I work in the public sector, and I work in education, dealing with finances and how money somewhat is ciphered back through to the district. And I didn't notice the large discrepancy in a lot of our schools based on neighborhoods. I didn't notice that in certain areas where needs were not being met. So right now I deal in the data quality aspect of things, and I'm interested in going back to school for the mental health field. And right now I'm just looking just to gain a little bit more information. That's why I've been signing up I wanted to be a part of these conversations, because I'm being introduced to new different things, new different causes. I'm hearing different stories, different walks of life. So that's why I'm participating in these conversations.
Well, welcome back. There's only 2 of y'all left, so. Y'all gonna rock, paper, scissors about it, or y'all just gonna?
No, we don't have to rock, paper, scissors. I'll go next. Hi, everybody. My name is Amanda. My handle is Miss Anlin Diva 87 across all platforms. This will be my second time being a part of Coco's Live and watching this. I was born in 1987, and clearly I wasn't taught nothing in the public school system because I had never heard none of that. And I'm over here on mute going off. So I was ready to talk about some things because this is important. Some of the things that these people talked about is things that's being discussed right now in 2022, and I don't see the progression. So I'm always open to hear other people's opinions. I'm always open as a Black mother, a single mother of a Black boy, to hear other people's opinions and learn and take in what would be beneficial so that I can also be a staple in the community to help push things forward, because I'm raising a young Black male. And so God forbid that he had like had like some of them on that video from back in the day. Like that just, it boggled my mind. But I'm here to learn. I've been in healthcare 16 years. I've worked with everybody's grandma and granddaddy. So I'm all open to have this discussion. And thank you, Coco, for having me.
Absolutely. Welcome back. D-Max, let's go.
So I was coming. I was going. So my name is David. I might go by my handle DMAC there. I work for a corporate office still, but I'm working on getting my own business off the ground. So, got to put my nose to the grindstone there. The reason I joined this conversation was because I grew up in the 80s as well. And I guess I fall into that 30%, that small majority of Black families that still had their father in the home married to their mother, because my father was married to my mother up until he had passed. So they had been together for a very long time. I'm about 40 now. So they had been together for most of my all of my childhood and most of my adult life. So to hear and see, I knew things like this were going on. It's not like my mother shielded me from these, but the fact that, we were discussing in the comments on YouTube there, and it was just like the accountability was just what we gonna do. And I was just like, I was just like, Jesus, I am so sorry for this entire species, the entire male population. What are we doing? I was like, what's going on?
But you also have to think about this part, though. the crack epidemic was starting to hit hard. And they, in my mind, as I watched, they started going after it. And that was the perfect time for them to exploit Black people and Black people's pain, knowing that these things were happening. I took notes, I was angry because I knew, I could see. And I'm like, they know this was happening. Newt Gingrich even admitted that they specifically targeted Black areas like that and treated white areas different, even though crack and cocaine ain't really different.
I mean, if you saw the documentary on Netflix, I think it's called 13th. They give you a small summation about it, but
I found more.
So, that forced me to dig as well, because I was just like, you mean to tell me that y'all sat here and discriminated between it being cooked and uncooked?
Correct.
I was like, what?
We're gonna eventually get there. We're gonna definitely eventually get there. So before we jump into the conversation, I guess I should go as to why we're having this conversation. So I, as a lot of Black people, was raised by a single mother. I also have a educational interest. In undergrad, I definitely spent the majority of my time studying these types of things. So history, political science. My bachelor's is in law and justice, which is just half criminal justice and half pre-law, and I minored in sociology. I spent a lot of time feeding into the community because that's just the family I came from. In law school, feeding in the community and graduating with honors and pro bono. So I have a passion for having these kinds of conversations because I see that we have had conversations ad nauseum and we are still running in circles. So I think we are at a very unique point in history where information is being shared at a very, very, very high rate and high speed. And we have the ability to look back in hindsight, unlike any other generation before us, and actually peel back the curtain, peel back the Band-Aid, and do the work is necessary to rectify these things. So I will take the position I've been taking in these conversations and be more of a question conversation guide, instead of, imposing my thoughts and opinions and then letting y'all talk. So I will be going through the documentary and the roundtable. We'll take it section by section, just keeping it to the different parts that they put into the documentary itself. So we will be starting at the top. Okay, and the documentary started out with Clorinda and Darren. If anyone was taking notes on who was talking, that was the young lady in the beginning. That was 15, I believe, 15 or 16, and her child's father was about the same age, and she was also the young lady who was born to a teen mother who was born to a teen mother. So, any thoughts? I know there are a lot.
The repeated cycle really stands out. Now, I will say that in more, that was in the 80s. In more recent times, parents like our Gen Xers and stuff like that are having the birth control conversations and the need to have those things to protect yourself from various things, not just with boys, not just with girls. You got to have it with both, however they identify. You must have these conversations. I think that generations before us, it was a no. Like if you dared to go to your parent and said, I'm thinking about birth control, that wasn't gonna go very well. So that kind of left that generation to where they were at. Plus they had parents now in that video they don't look like they have parents that had the drug issues and stuff like that. But let's be very clear, a lot of them did. A lot of them did have those issues, and they had to quit school. They had to, raise the child and stuff. And the last point that I want to bring up is, let's not act like this is not the way that this was designed. Black people and people of color were never meant to be free. They have always found a way to keep us locked into communities that are poor. I now, after Jackson, am wondering exactly where y'all are divvying up this money, because y'all get money in a pot, but you sending it off to the good neighborhoods that already got money. And don't be fooled, them good neighborhoods got just as much racism, just as much discrimination, just as much drug problems. Their drug problems just come from their parents' medicine cabinet. I know that for a fact. Used to live in one. So this is the way it was designed. And they want to keep it this way. That's why we're not making headway. I think the generation that will make headway will be our generation, because we done seen the gambit so far. Everybody hasn't seen that.
Yeah. One thing, no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing I noticed here, and it started from story to story, it was always, I understand that it's hard out there for a Black man. There's no work, there's nothing available. And in every story, that woman stepped up to the plate, did not look for him to share in any responsibility. And she took that burden on her back. And I see how that is playing out today, where a lot of Black men are upset because Black women are not willing to do what their mothers and grandmothers did. And now we are seeing the manifestation of it, where Black women are saying no more. And now they don't know what to do, and they're unhinged.
Which is why they come at Black women so much in the first place.
Here's my in observation follow-up question. So on one hand, we understand that systemically it's one thing.
Yes.
But we also understand that our community doesn't live and die in systemic institutions, right? Or we would think that our community doesn't live and die in systemic institutions.
Right.
So outside of systemic institutions, where is the responsibility of our community, and what can we do to assume that responsibility and do better for ourselves?
Can I comment on that?
Mm-hmm.
I think what the issue is in our community is the lack of educational resources to be able to understand how to come out of these, quote unquote, I'm just saying what he said back in 87, which I too was born in 87, the ghettos. And that is the reason why we're still stuck. That's why they keep saying, oh, Black people aren't progressing. They're still doing the same things. It's because there are no resources being brought in. Just like Sunny said, there's a pot in every city, in every state around the United States, full of money that can go to different areas in that particular state. And they choose to put it in the areas that are already affluent. So if this area already has a minimum, average mean of $80,000 a year per a household, why do they need extra money?
So I'm going to push back on that again. I'm going to push back on that again. So follow-up question is, who's in control of the pot?
It's our elected officials, and that's why I am running
around. So a white government, correct? So
yes.
I'm going to use some anecdotal evidence. Yeah. I grew up in a very diverse community, meaning different racial groups and different ethnic groups within that community. When the Asian community needs something, they don't go to the government. When they don't even go to private banks. No. When the Ethiopians need something, they don't go to no public anything. When the Vietnamese need something, when the Jamaicans need something, when the Nigerians need something, who do they go to? They go to their people. So, how do we become a people that when we need resources, we create them instead of waiting for the government? I mean, we can talk about we're talking about voting next month, so we can go over that, right? But at the end of the day, you know, that pot isn't ours, right? It's not even the Asian man or the Pacific Islander man. That's not even their pot either. So when are we gonna get our own pot, and how do we create that pot?
One of the ways that I feel very strongly about that I advocate for, and we have been fed the narrative so much. I heard so many like repeated narratives through the entire video that I just was like, this is the 80s though, but this is not, it's the same type of narrative, just like they tell us that our vote don't matter. Our vote matters. And they saw how much it mattered in 2020. You have to get people to change their narrative, because if it was not for Black women stepping up and Native people, 2020 would not have flipped. Now we see our power, and so do they. But we're gonna go and we're gonna grab for that. There's a decentralization that I feel like we're starting to witness, but the time is now for us to continue to make strides. Now, the other part was, Black men and Black women saying, we're fine, we done had enough. We done had enough. I don't see Black women that are attacking Black men in this way. What's disheartening is that I watch Black men that are attacking Black women. Black women are opening up more businesses at a more rapid rate than any other demographic. Black women, I raised both my sons alone. I mean, solo. I didn't have the luxury of co-parenting. I didn't have that luxury. However, I have two amazing sons that live on their own, that are prospering on their own, an amazing granddaughter. We have to find a way to barge our way in. Like Tupac said, we asked, what you think? We gonna keep asking? Are we gonna take it? We gonna take it. Because they already showing their weak point. And their weak point is being afraid of what Black people will do if we ever end up in these positions. It's why they did all the gerrymandering and redlining that they did after 2020.
Because even if you go back to, back into that time frame where slavery was a thing, what terrified them is what happened in Haiti.
Oh, without a doubt.
That's what terrified them. They were so terrified that the Black people would see, hey, look, we did it, you can do it too. And see, the only other thing that would have honestly made that even more terrifying is that the indigenous people would have helped had we honestly, like, you know what, I'm done. I'm out. Let's go. Because the indigenous people were like, hey, we got you. If you ever need something, we got you.
I mean, we've been a coalition of Black, BIPOC, Black, Brown, Black, Indigenous people of color. And they're just as tired. And they got even more nervous when a slave ran away, went down into Mexico, and came back to fight. And he became a general. Y'all playing with the wrong folks. Y'all really don't know our history the way we're excluded. Like, people are saying they were born in the 80s. Thank y'all for making me feel old. Thank you for making me feel old. But we see it happening, and now we have to figure out our way through. And part of it is going to be grassroots. Like, we can't be afraid no more. Now, no one's trying to alienate Black men, but no one's going to be taking this just completely disrespectful, disregarding, shitty ass approach when Black women are saying, we done did the work, we done went to therapy, now's your turn. Nobody's stopping you. Everybody's saying, now go, because we're not going to heal or prosper or be able to really trust if we're always trying to get over on each other. Now, I understand the background and the history of how we got here and stuff like that, but now we got to find a path forward. Y'all getting on the internet saying certain things about each other, that's not okay.
It's counterproductive.
Very.
But
I
there's
think-
even, go ahead.
Go ahead, D-Mac. Last time I cut you
There
off.
was another video that was filmed around the same time that it looks like the same time period to me that these interviews would have taken place, and there was a Black man, two Black men and two Black women having conversation where one of the Black men was just like, well, Black women need to stop wanting to be like middle class white women and just accept what we have. And they're like, so you want us to be submissive, so how are y'all going to change y'all's mindset? And the man replied, said, well, it's y'all that need to change your mindset. And it's just like, you keep saying choose better, but this man is saying settle for less. It's counterproductive. At a certain point in time, we need it to click. I don't know who has the clicker, but I need for them to find it. It needs to click that, hey, at a certain point, we have watched our women, our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunties, our sisters, our baby mamas, or whomever, our wives, take the initiative and say, hey, you know what? This is what we need to do. This is how we have adapted to the change in our society in order to move forward. And we need to catch up because we behind. And Jeff Bezos is rich off of these podcast microphones of them saying nothing. It has to be, I don't know if Barack has the clicker. I don't know if LeBron has the clicker. Somebody has the clicker and needs to make it make sense, because we cannot cohesively come together as a community if we don't get more of them on board, and including the good guys who say just enough on the internet to defend Black women, but not enough to push against the bad Black men. They got to get on board as well.
Absolutely. Turning back to a little bit to the documentary, and based off that, I noticed, especially with Clorinda's story, there was this overwhelming desire and lack of love, and them having babies and believing that these men would love them and having babies to feel love. So what I feel like that is still being mirrored today. And we can correlate them to the Pygmishas and all of that, or even just a general sense of women just still being male identified and male centered and basing their worth off of if they're married and with children. What do we do with that, and how do we rectify that today of us having low emotional competence, intelligence, and regulation?
I think because maybe our parents or our parent is already suffering and we didn't go to school. I think since everything is supposed to be a village, it takes a village to, turn a child into someone productive in society. Schools need to now take on that role of giving the nurturing touch that they may be missing at home. And I know it's kind of hard sometimes because, especially since 2020, when the pandemic hit, it is hard and it's very frustrating on these teachers to have to play so many parts and they don't see really a financial benefit from it. But that's what these children are missing. Somebody saying, I know that you don't hear this a lot at home, but you are loved, you are respected, you are safe. And if you need something, you can come to me and you can tell me this. And I am seeing a lot of Black teachers on TikTok that they kind of film their day in the life as a teacher, and you hear how they talk to these kids. And these kids are more prone to come to them with issues that they would have normally suppressed because they didn't have a teacher that looked like them. That's another thing. We don't have a lot of representation in every area in society. And so here we are trying to figure out how we can get it, and that person doesn't even look like us. So it's like, it doesn't matter. Just like the young lady in the beginning, she has a 6th grade reading level. She's in an elementary school level math. Like, the school system let her down because of where she's from. So the lack of education made it real easy for her to say, well, I mean, I got the baby because I thought it was going to be cute and I thought it was going to be, sweet until I had her. And then now it's kind of tough. That's because nobody was saying to her, babies take work. I know they're pretty, but babies take work.
Not
and
even the
two
mother or
generations
grandmother.
that could have told her that, but didn't. Because she said nobody told her not to.
Yeah.
And it goes back to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, because when she mentions that both her grandmother, her great grandmother, and her mother have all done the same exact thing, just like, for lack of a better word, stairs.
Yeah.
And that nobody made a distinction to say, hey, I'm going to cut this in the hip. I'm going to snip it in the bud now. This needs to stop with me. The fact that nobody took the initiative to say, this is not the way, what I want for you. I want better for you. I want something that you can be proud of. That nobody took that initiative in her life right immediately. Not even the school system. The school system didn't take that into effect. Her mother, her grandmother didn't even take that into effect. It's like, I had a baby out of wedlock at a young age. Then my daughter had a baby. Why didn't we tell her, say, hey, look, I don't want this for you. I don't want you to have to go through what I'm going through right now still. Because most of the women did not get prenatal care during that time frame. Let's be honest. Let's tell the truth. They didn't
Do you
get
think it's like environmental? Because I mean, I think we all know, like, back in like the 60s, 50s, 40s, I mean, teenage pregnancies, that's just when you got pregnant. Not that it was right, but that's just when you got pregnant. But even when hearing the girls talk about their pregnancies, and even in the end of the documentary with the people that were helping out in the community to try to change the direction of the kids, they were kind of alluding to the fact that this is just normal. Like 17-year-old girls walking around pregnant, it's normal.
Or it's rap music, or it's everything but what the problem is. Or they wanted to me, it sounded like you're looking more at the women. Women don't get pregnant solo. So you're looking more at the young girls, the young ladies. You're not looking at the young men enough. They are being let off the hook for being responsible.
I mean, all of that, I feel like all of that, even not just amongst the teenage girls, but even from like their parents, the school system, like every single person in that city. Because again, we're only talking about New York, right? In that one neighborhood, it just seemed like, yeah, there were a few adults that were like, this is a problem, but it just seemed like everybody just proceeded as it was business as usual.
Well, because
so like with the boys, when they were saying, we'll get to the boys, I really want to talk about them and their rap group and all that, because I like that segment took place. But even with them, there's like, well, when I go outside, all of my references for how to be a young man is standing out on the corner and fighting and being violent. So when you look at the girls, if everybody, if they said half the kids being born in the Black community were born by teenage women, and it's girls. So it's like, especially for this, like, it's a very, very condensed and small, group we're looking at. But as we can see with the teenage boys, how, oh yeah, if your dad wasn't there and you hear his dad wasn't there, and you got your friends on the corner and they ain't there, you can fall victim to that. But it's like with the girls, if every time you go to school you see somebody pregnant and they're talking about, oh, I'm gonna get this, and the baby's so cute and the baby smells so good, and then your mama ain't gonna check that because for her it was normal. Like, how do you climb out of that and be different?
hard,
I don't know. It just feel like its environment is just
hard work,
cannibalistic in a way.
hard work. I grew up, nobody believes this. I grew up, part of my childhood, I was in the hood. Like hood. Like I couldn't move my furniture to start to get my sons to a better, like keep fighting and fighting to get them to better places in life. Solo, I couldn't even take my furniture because it was so roach infested. I'm not ashamed of nothing because what I have built has changed the trajectory of both of my sons. My older son is a wonderful father. He is raising her solo with his wonderful girlfriend, which I can't wait for them to get married because I know what's happening. But he raises her solo. He takes excellent care of her. When it comes to my younger son, who just turned 23, he don't have no kids. He got a dog. He's back in college. It takes a lot of determination and looking around you and being the person that takes it on and says, I don't want none of this. None of that. I don't care how hard I have to work. I'm going to grind and grind and grind. And I will say, exhausted, tired, you go through a lot, but that grind, watching them now, and I can have a business and do my own thing and stuff like that, 100% worth it. But that is the only way, is to grind.
And like you saw it with the first girl, she's less like, and I hope she kept her promise to herself. I really, really do hope she kept her promise to herself, because she said, no, I'm gonna tell my daughter, this is what happens when you do this. This is not even so much a consequence. I'm not gonna even say that, but this is what happens when you don't keep yourself, be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna do what I need to do to keep it moving. Because at this particular point, the education seems to be the outlining factor in each one of these stories.
Oh man, is it? It's like education was
on both sides.
Sorry?
I said education just didn't seem to be important. But I think LaShawn, Stephanie.
Yes. I guess to them education wasn't important because they were just trying to survive. But if you go back to Clarinda's grandmother, I can only imagine what words were spoken to her, because when she got pregnant, her grandmother told her, I told you this was going to happen. Yeah. So this is stuff that was spoken over her that affected her mental and her emotional. So in her mind, if she said that this was going to be the first person to love her, she grew up with two adult women that she did not receive love from. And the part that kills me is that the grandmother understood. Grandmother understood maybe why she got pregnant at a young age. She understood that maybe the love and the support wasn't there. The mother understood the same exact thing. And then their daughter came around. And they could have spoken to her because they had already walked that path. And they chose not to. Why? Because it maybe would have cost them to do the internal work. And instead of doing that internal work to help your granddaughter and your daughter, you chose to put this burden on her. And it sounds like almost she never had a fighting chance from birth.
There's no.
Well, let's we can. Speaking of the self-love factor, let's move into, I would call my most interesting segment, which is Alice and Timothy. As a refresher, Alice was a young woman who is 23 years old and has 2 kids and went on the way by Timothy, who has 6 kids by 4 different women, who has dropped out of high school, never held a job, and takes her welfare money when she gets it.
Not only hers, but did you hear?
But all the baby mamas.
He was like, I gotta have multiple women. See, what caught my attention was that he thought he was a slickster.
He did.
Cool hand.
Grinning.
And just a grinning and a cheesing. Talk about, I gotta have. He knew
I heard him say it. He basically knew, well, you know, when you can be around this one and then you could go be around
his schedule.
Yeah, his
was
pull-out
like-
method.
That was
His
the first
pull-out
thing I
method
said,
that was an epic
schedule.
fail. His pull-out method that was an epic fail. Like he thought he was sitting there talking to that man like he was spitting game to the interviewer. Like, oh, it's a schedule, sir. If you're using the pull-out method in 1987 and you still got 6 kids, we need the math ain't math. And you got 2 + 2 = unicorn. It don't work.
What really got me, which was for me the most egregious part. The interviewer asked him, "Did you plan any of these kids?" He said no. The next question he asked was, "If you could go back and think about having kids before you had them, would you have them?" He said no.
Yep.
You know for a fact you do not want these kids and to be bothered with them, but you keep creating them because it's fun.
Oh, he likes to look at them like art.
He don't like condoms.
He said he likes to look at them like art. Those are his.
No, the girls don't like condoms. The girls don't like condoms.
The girls. Now,
I'm gonna raise my hand. I'm gonna raise my hand.
I gotta put myself on mute.
Okay, me too.
I'm gonna raise my hand because as the only male on this panel, I'm going to honestly say, without a shadow of a doubt, that is the most sorriest man besides Andrew Tate and the rest of those. Kevin Samuels is no longer here. He's wherever he is. I don't even know. I can't even speak for him because he did. The sorriest man in the face of existence, because I'm just like, sir, I get the only one thing I had a talking point for him on was that at his young age of 13, his mom said that she was now the man of the house because his father wasn't there. So I get that. Totally get that. But I'm just like, sir, where is your accountability? Because you, at the end of the day, are providing the rest of the other 13 loci in that DNA sample to create another human being.
Mm-hmm.
You sitting there giving out your DNA like Tic Tacs.
Yes.
Well, I mean, but he responded in a manner that was like, oh, okay, you know, my mom said I had to be the man at 13, so I had to go out on the street. And I think in the live chat, we was like, why was the street always the option? And somebody said it was fast money. And I said, okay, I get that. But it's just like, at no point in time did you think, hey, the fast money ain't good money. Fast money ain't good money. Even in the first segment, both that younger girl and that younger boy was like, I don't have no patience. So does that just stem across the board when they were doing this, that the younger Black boys have no patience enough to be like, hey, this fast money ain't good money, or my role models all shouldn't look like me that's on the street. Like it drives me insane.
I think there's something to be said, and I think for myself, I have to keep this perspective all the time. With the majority of the interviewees on here, they're teenagers.
They are.
Teenagers don't think about things more than 5 minutes in advance, and then now they have babies. They're not going to think about things that are good for them. And it's like, even with Timothy, his mother was a single parent and a teenage mom. So it's like, again, like at the end of the doc with Mrs. Wallace, it's like if you give them parents who aren't literate and who are teenagers and are impulsive, what do you think they're going to learn? And so again, it's just this perpetual generational curse and cycle of when these babies have babies, nobody gets a chance to be emotionally mature.
Mm-hmm.
By the time the person that gave birth at 17 is emotionally mature, they're a grandparent.
Yeah.
And that's crazy to think about, but like this,
I mean,
it's just they don't have they don't have a chance. Like none of them have a chance. Like
no chance.
And then the community at large isn't even on the side of the people wanting to be mentors. They just have children when they're teenagers and stay 17 until they die.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like what is happening?
It takes a lot. I think, you know, when I looked at the round table at the end, you know,
Listen,
We're gonna drag them. We're gonna drag them. We're gonna drag them.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. What I will say is it is definitely, there's a direct correlation, right, between lack of resources, lack of education. They don't want to include us. So people actually think that we just poof out the air and arrived, not even thinking that we were alive pre everything. So you have the lack of education, you have a drastic teacher shortage, even worse now, money even worse now. And where did they have an opportunity to be able to really learn? Where did they have the opportunity, those, folks that should be looking out for them and stuff, you're condemning them. Well, they're not going to talk to you. Why? Because you're doing this in their face. It's already done. It's already done. So if this is my situation, all you're going to do is do this to my face. Me personally, I would not talk to the person no more. I got to go find somebody else that's going to help me along. That was my own thinking. But everybody is not there. They're not. But this is that round table. Ooh.
And I also noticed
we will
this
definitely
too.
get there because we're going to talk about how there is an extreme disconnect between the majority of our community and the people saying we're supposed to be helping the community, because
Right.
it's whoo, okay. But before we move on to Brenda and Bernard, I noticed, I don't know if y'all noticed this, and this just may just be the empath in me, and I don't think, maybe I missed it where they went into Alice's background and her upbringing, and maybe they didn't. Maybe I may have missed it. I'm not sure. But it just seemed like there was an overwhelming sense of loneliness and willingness to accept and be part of the circus of being baby mama number 5 with a baby on the way, to a man taking your welfare money, her welfare money, her welfare money, and her welfare money, but don't see his kids.
You saw it.
Well, no, he see them, but he sees them when
he's seeing when we can pick that money up and drop it off in the draws. Oh, exactly. Okay.
Because what bothered me about Timothy was the fact that he was at the delivery room talking about he's the king.
That's why
That's why to name this child. He named all of these kids. He
named them, but can't get their name straight. Oh, okay.
Right. Can't get their name straight. He doesn't know how old they are
at all.
He doesn't know when they were born.
Nope.
I don't think he know which parent, which mother each child belonged to.
Because he on to the next one.
Because he is just moving. How is it that you came to a birthday party for one of your sons and you did not even put money to this birthday party?
At all. They never do. Timothy is what Peter Guns turned into. Yeah. That's what Timothy is. Timothy loves the idea that his sperm works. The same way Peter Guns will always show up to an ultrasound. The same way Nick Cannon will always show up to a photo shoot. Timothy crawled so that Peter and Nick could run. Do you hear me? He's standing in the daggum OR talking about I'm a king. Bruh. That wasn't the flex. That wasn't it. I was waiting for y'all to bring this up.
And she said that y'all almost killed me. They were in an actual, like when I gave birth, we birthed and delivered in the same room. Mm-hmm. They had birthing rooms separate from your room. She says clearly, that child almost killed me. And he want to kiss and stuff. You ain't getting no get off of me. Get away from me.
And that's why 16 months later, after the first child was born,
she was pregnant.
The second child came.
Yeah. But did y'all notice that when he was talking to her, she had no light in her eyes?
No, dead.
She just looks so sad.
I mean, she was talking.
Like life just drained from her face.
And she was 23.
Yes, because she knows that after she gets out of this hospital, he's going to the next.
Okay, she gonna be there.
But even even after that, because I think they did an interview after she may have had the baby. It was like at the end of their segment, and he was talking to her like, "Well, do you love him? They're all getting married." She just looked so sad. But there was a little glimmer of hope when she goes, "I think he loves me," and it's like, girl,
that hope. That
man
hope
don't
is
even
why.
love himself.
That hope is why so many of us stay stuck. That hope that our Black men are going to do better, even when we visually see it and we hear it with our ears and see it with our eyes. That little bit of hope that woman had in that moment. I'm 35, and I don't know how many times I had that sparkle of damn hope, and then I'm still sitting over here single baby mama. That little bit of hope is what has held so many of us back from being able to say, you know what, let me move past this and strive towards my goals and do better and do what's best. Like, I feel sorry for that woman. I would like to know where she is now, actually.
I would too. I would love
I want to know
where
what
some of them are.
Timothy's
in the rest
somebody's
home.
jail or somebody's cemetery.
I want to go on Facebook and find Timothy. And it's like I was trying to work with Timothy. Then he went into, it was essentially her fault because she had the choice to have the children. You know how they say, mama's whatever, father's maybe. Then we go on to him hollering that he's a king. I wrote a list on Timothy, one moment. And then he went into saying, I'm just a baby making machine. And a lot of times, that's just how men is. That's how boys are. No accountability.
I just had good sperm.
He want to be old fashioned and get
that's the old fashioned part.
When you have a wedding, and
he want an old fashioned big wedding, like he a blushing bride.
Traditional wedding, so everybody was in tubs. I want to be a traditional man and have a big wedding. Traditional men marry the women they have children with. They protect and provide and don't wait for the 1st or the 15th for the welfare checks. That's why the talking points of traditional is confusion. Y'all are delusional with a ton of audacity, and I need for Jeff Bezos to stop selling audacity and delusion to these men because they got prime. I'm sorry, I be going off. Okay, go ahead.
But I want to go back. I want to say one thing when it comes to this traditional. I think this is going to cause, I think we're going to see this in the future, and it's not going to be good on the Black community. The people or the government has always had the formula. If you're able to sow discord between Black men and Black women, that will bring the community to a halt. And I've been looking at the last maybe 5 or 6 years. I noticed how Black men are leaning upon this traditionalist thing. I notice how now they're voting more Republican. And I think Republicans are trying to center themselves to where they can bring Black men over, and it's working. I look at this article that came out about a year ago saying that Black women and white men should unite and they should create unions. And I think now what they're trying to do is not just divide, but they're trying to incorporate some of the stronger Black people into mainstream. And this traditionalist thing, this is going to be the thing we're going to see within the next presidential election. Some Black men don't care nothing about how these laws will affect them. They just want to remain status quo with some type of control, and they are going to play upon that.
But can I bring up this one point about the love situation?
Mm-hmm.
The crazy thing to me is he loves his first baby mama. Okay. That's who he wants to marry. That's who he wants to be with. He said it out of his mouth
on camera.
But here I'm gonna go back to the original question. Well, not the original question, because I'll be on a tangent. The question I asked is like, because I'm an observant person, I see this today.
Yes.
Where I don't know what the delusion is. I'm gonna make him love me, or I'm gonna make him fit this picture I got in my head. Meanwhile, he in love with a girl who ain't even thinking in his direction. But what do we do with that low self-esteem and low self-love, low self-value? Because it's like, why as women, why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? I mean, I get it. For me, I believe in my mind that Black women would love to participate in patriarchy. We would love to participate and having these quote unquote traditional roles where a man comes in and provides and protects, and we can just be the person sitting at home hating them silently. But black. So I mean, I get it from that vantage point, and little girls are taught that that is your value, that is your worth, that is your contribution to society, is to have a man and have children and be his helpmate.
Yep.
But it's like, at what cost do we keep perpetuating that amongst ourselves?
I think what we're seeing, Coco, is that we're watching Black women, and it feels like it's starting with our generation, because let's be real, our parents didn't really, they were still trying to figure out some stuff.
Listen, I'm gonna throw my mom under the bus. She was a black male worshiper, and that's why I couldn't be me. I saw my daddy act like Timothy, and it wasn't going to be me.
Now, my parents, they were married when they had me. They got divorced. They cordial. They got plenty of grandchildren together. They got great grandchildren. You know what I mean? But what I sit back and watch is the lack of the awareness, and we're watching our generation say no more, and other women or younger women are seeing it, and they're saying no more. My son, being 23, the youngest one, is like, if you don't have your stuff, now this is him, if you don't have your stuff together, you ain't on my level, I'm not talking to you. You have more women who are now saying, you have more women that are forcing that. I got to step up. I can't even really come in your direction because you ain't going to take, like it's written all over you. You ain't taking none of my stuff because you good by yourself. Nobody wants to be solo, but I'll be solo and happily living. Then I will be miserable to say I had a man. I refuse. It's not that I hate men. I love men. I would happily be in a relationship, but me and that partner ain't met, because I don't subscribe to the patriarchy, and you could not even convince me that given the research I've done, we don't even come from that. That is spoon-fed down your throat from the time you got on the slave ship, and y'all don't let it keep rocking out, and you keep listening to these other men who are love gurus and life coaches talking into nonsense as a replacement of therapy. That's not how this works.
So again, as the resident man on this panel, again, I feel so attacked.
Don't.
I keep looking like I'm trying not to.
Don't feel attacked. The shoe don't fit.
The shoe don't fit.
No. I'm just messing. But I'm gonna read this quote. This is real quick. I'm gonna read this. Now, this is from years and centuries ago, but somebody understood this. So it says, for if you suffer your people to be ill-educated and their manners corrupted from infancy, then you punish them for those crimes which their first education disposed them. What else is to be concluded from this, that you first make thieves and then punish them?
You call them the police. I'm sorry, I had to say it. You call them the police. The police.
Oh no, and I'm agreeing with that, because it's like you force Black people into these ghettos. You force them into them. You force them into them. That makes them now trying to get out or trying to survive there even harder, and then they commit these crimes against the people who are there because they're trying to survive, and then they get arrested for those crimes. I'm just like, you made them the criminal, and now you're punishing them for. I don't understand, sir. So you sitting here telling me it's a crime, but you push me into a place that doesn't help me, won't help me, will keep me in the same exact circle that my parents have suffered in, and you're expecting me to do better? How?
It's like the crab in the bucket. It's like the crab in the bucket analogy. That's literally what the ghettos turned into. Like Sonny said, it was never meant for us to truly be free physically, mentally, emotionally, or financially. But I wanted to go back to what Sonny was saying about like the women understanding that this is something that we're no longer going to accept. I'm 35 and a friend of mine is 38 and just completed her master's degree. And the other day we had a conversation. She was like, Amanda, if you would have told me at 15 I wouldn't be married by 25, I would have called you a liar. And like, I realized at that point that we both felt the exact same way. So then we're sitting here in our 30s having these private conversations. She'd kill me. We're having these private conversations where it's like, damn, bitch, am I okay? And you didn't tell me? Like, because we're starting to have to accept that, you know what, that ideology that we had, hey, go to college, have that fun. When you hit 25, you'll meet old buddy around about 26, 27, have your wedding before 30, and you'll be headed towards first baby by 31. We grew up in the exact same demographic. And if you would have told me at 16, I would not be married at 25. And a lot of us Black women are grieving the Black woman that we thought we would be, or the woman that we were told we would be as children. So that's when a lot of the insecurities, and you're allowing things to slip and you're allowing things to pass. Girl, I done been a whole damn fool. So I don't look down to other people, but the acknowledgement of self-care, I think was foreign to Black women. And now the independence and self-care and having my peace above all things is mattered. Like, that's what the movement is now. And I just wish we could have that for our men too, where they understand, hey, I need to be in a good mental space. I need to make sure my peace is together. I need to make sure that I'm independent. And then at that point, we can come together and be a team and be, I don't know who played against LeBron, but be LeBron and his number two, like just bounce it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just not realistic. Right now.
I'm as married now is not a flex anymore, y'all.
It's not. Not at all. I bought my own ring.
And that's what we need to honestly get to, both men and women. Being married does not solve your issues. It does not solve the problem. It only, if anything, if you haven't even discussed your own mental problems or addressed your own mental issues or solved your own family trauma, it only adds to that. It's just like money. Because I tell you, if this person did not say this on this show correctly, money expands what you're already going through. Yep. So if you already got issues, you already got problems, you already got this, that not going right in your head, having money is only going to expand that. It's not going to make it better. If you haven't dealt with any of your issues or traumas before you've achieved the achievements, it's only going to sour them when you finally realize, oh my God, I have not dealt with this. What am I doing?
Listen, and being married is a trigger for personal work. I stand by that 10 toes down. But speaking of marriage, because I think this is a perfect segue into Brenda and Bernard's story. As a brief recap, Bernard is a 15-year-old growing up being raised by Brenda, who had him when she was 15 as well, and his father is not there. The reason why I thought it was a great segue into this is because Brenda herself had expressed that, I guess, with all the men that she had children by, or all the men she had encountered, she had been desiring to be married. And then I noticed when the interviewer asked her about her only daughter, she had kind of expressed that I would hope for her that she would grow up and get married and have love, but then she expected for her sons to be like their fathers. So thoughts.
There shouldn't be. It doesn't make any sense. And I will say this: could I teach my sons how to walk like men and talk like men and stuff like? No, I'm a woman. I'm a 5'5", 165-pound woman, and these are big, huge men at this point. You know what I mean? I could teach you respect. I could teach you self-value. I could get you to take your hind parts to therapy, because I'm not sending no men out here that's just going to traumatize more women. I'm going to do my best. Whatever I have to do, I'm going to step in. But we were lucky. There were coaches, there were, other role models that kept stepping in. So they didn't really, partially one missed his dad, but once he figured it out, he was like, yeah, I'm cool off you. The other one took him a little longer, but he never viewed him as his parents. To this day, he'd be like, you need something, you call that one. This one ain't it. But I think that we built ourselves up to get to that point. so that we made the walk so that younger generations could see y'all men could be upset about Miss Independent and stuff like that. But at some age range, I look like a whole entire fool not having my life together. At 44, I was waiting for Prince Charming. I'm not supposed to do that at 44. And we have men that look at us and are like, you supposed to be holding me down at, where's your table? Because I done designed the table, built the table, redesigned the table, built a new table. Where's your part? It's expectations, and many men, when they talk, especially when they are degrading Black women, like I watched Dr. Umar do earlier.
I refuse to call that man a doctor.
Same.
That fool. Can I call him Fool Umar?
I'll take it.
Stuff, I'm happy to do so. I just was like, you're looking at women the same way. Y'all want to build, everybody can't build off of our backs as Black women. Black women have decided we stepping out of that and we're moving in a different direction. And we'll let y'all fall and hit the ground because we got other stuff to do.
Please, because I'm really okay, again, I hate.
You feel so attacked. I'm so sorry.
No. This is an attack moment. Because my mom would always ask me, she's like, well, when are you gonna get a partner? And I said, when I got my stuff together. If I don't have my stuff together, what sense does it mean for me to take somebody into nothingness that I ain't got? That does not make sense. And I was just like, and at the time I said, people are expensive. That was my stupid young mind. I've evolved since then.
Some people are expensive.
But I was just like, it doesn't make sense to have me get into a relationship with someone and I'm one, not emotionally available, or two, financially available to, because here's my thing. I saw my dad work really hard and do what he needed to do to hold down the family. And I love that work ethic. I love it. But the only thing is his motto was, if I can't take you either to what you've had or better, then it makes no sense for me to even bother with you. Because if I can't do what you're consistently used to, or take you even up another level, and we still working together to keep that level same or even achieve higher, then why should I even bother? Because you're used to something and I'm coming at you like this. You shouldn't have to come down to meet me if you're already here.
And
there are women who do that.
Yeah, there's women that do that to say that they have a man. But what you just said makes sense. But then I think about the other interview that wasn't shown here. There's another one floating across TikTok where this man was like, well, y'all need to get rid of the ideology and accept what I have. But if you have nothing, you can give nothing. So why are you mad at that woman who said, hey, I have nothing, but I strive to get something and then some? It's counterproductive, the type of mindset. So like you saying, hey, I don't want to be with nobody till I get my stuff together. That makes sense. That's like 2 + 2 = 4. That's it. That makes sense. But to other ones, it's like, oh no, you need to be able to be a ride or die. I didn't ride and died.
Ride or die for who?
Resurrected and ride and died.
Where are we riding? Why do I have to die?
There's nothing to ride.
Why I gotta die? What?
No, but that's what I'm saying. There's nothing to
Absolutely
ride. We ride in my car and dying. I done rode and died and then resurrected more than Jesus with all this riding or dying. It does not make sense. And I don't know, like I said, if LeBron got the clicker, hurry up, because it needs to click where they be like, damn, we really said that? Yes, baby. So now we got to figure out how to move forward, because it's not, the matriarchy is starting right now. They going to be left behind up under Master Sack on that plantation when we burn it down. They got to figure it out.
There's a disconnect because I think they just go in circles, and a lot of times they don't hear themselves, because you say the ride or die, and then when things turn out bad, they say you didn't pick better, you didn't choose better. So it's like hello. But now we've entered into a new segment where women are choosing healthier relationships. Now we're being told our standards are too high. So it's like a constant loop.
They
and
doing
whatever
what
the narrative they're going to say.
They're doing
They don't know what they want. They're excuses. That's just the plain and simple fact. They're excuses.
Moving the goalposts.
I was just going to say that.
We see it with PWC. Well, that's why I call white people, so I don't get in trouble. I call them people without color, PWC. I did a whole
I just call them chalk children. That's just what it is.
They picked that name. I did a post, and there were so many white people on there making fun of each other that I picked cotton swabs, cotton balls, and PWCs, and it stuck. But what they described, how some of these Black men talk, they want what white men have told them makes them who they are, instead of looking at these white people don't have no healthy. Some of these white people got some crazy like I done dropped a couple. I love documentaries. I done dropped a few. I'm like, y'all thinking it's us choosing wrong, or it's us. Where's the selection? Where are you? Because if there's no selection, I ain't picking. I choose me. I choose my happy life, my business, my children, my race car. Yes, I have a race car. I choose, to do these things instead. I do not choose to. I raised 2 sons. I'm not raising no man that's damn near my age. I'm not doing that.
Amen.
It goes back to moving the goalposts. Last year, we were going to be single, lonely, and miserable. Now we're choosing singleness. Now they're saying we're going overseas.
Go.
So you notice every time we're
born overseas.
You haven't heard of the Passport
Bros? Yeah, the Passport Bros.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed the Passport Bros.
They are saving themselves from Black women by getting their passport and going to other countries to find them a submissive wife.
Hashtag Passport Bros. Go look it up.
You have to look it up.
AKA sexualism. So there's that.
No, I think it was a joke, but it's still funny.
I thought
they go on the DR, Thailand, the Philippines,
and they're not understanding that they don't have the money or the resources to support these women, and these women are going to do the same thing that they say Black women are doing to them.
Listen, I watched 90 Day Fiance.
Wait, Coco. I was just about to. I was like, if you have not watched these girls or dudes from these foreign countries, literally
are going over there telling them, I'm a millionaire. I have money. No, you have money in this country when you convert that American dollar to whatever they got over there, but when you come back over here and try to support them over here, they realize you're poor.
Yes.
Why are we saying this with your mama?
Most of them expect an extravagant life because in their own native land, America is hyped up to be all of these dream making situations when it is really ghetto over here. Okay, it is ghetto and expensive. It's most of them that are not even making the $40 quota over here talking about they gonna be passport bros. Sir, you're 37 and you just now applying for a passport. I'm gonna need you to get your priorities together, sugar.
Some of them are in their 50s too.
I forgot about the older gentleman with the smooth head because his hairline was receding. I forgot about him. You're so right.
Okay, we're gonna get back on track. We gotta get back on track.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I have a quick thing to say about Brenda.
We can talk about that on the welfare Black men out of the home episode. So we'll put a pin in that.
I have something to say about Brenda. Brenda
came
from a 2-parent household.
In
the South.
As did my mother. Yeah.
And so the thing about it is, I think the reason why she looks so sad is because she felt like she let her parents down because they probably told her when she got pregnant at 14, 15, look at what you did to yourself. You messed your life up. You got pregnant and that's not why we moved up here.
But let's air out the South right now though. Let's air it out because Is that how you handle a 14-year-old
That's
that's out
exactly
there
how they
doing
handle us.
that's out there can't even think past her nose, like, and you gonna leave her out high and try to have these kids?
That's
You know
exactly
that
where
makes
she's
no sense.
from. Where
But did you
she's
notice
from.
how they all had community and family when she went down there? And when
Yeah.
they asked her about why aren't you down here where you have support? And so nobody looked like they were shunning her. They were, I mean, they actually
I
had
will,
their own cemetery.
I will
Well,
say
she
one
grown
thing.
now, so what they gonna do?
When you had a child, like I remember my grandmother, she got pregnant at a very young age. They shipped her child off to relatives in Miami. So once you have that child, it's almost like that was your greatest sin that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what happened between her having that child and her moving.
Yeah.
Right.
She
And
and she looked
the
like
black
she wanted.
family treated pregnant women was terrible.
I agree.
And where she's
Like
from in
them
North
tight knit
Carolina.
families. I'm from a family like that. My family is from town ain't even on the map, Louisiana. And my grandparents got pregnant. I mean, people got pregnant when they was young, but that was the time era where it was if you got pregnant, you got married.
Yep.
And if you didn't get married, that's a problem. So my grandparents, they got married because they had my mother. My mother, she quote unquote escaped the generational curse of not having a baby in her teens. She had me at 24. Well, with that, she turned out like Brenda. Your baby daddy left you with a baby, and now you by yourself, and now you wondering why you can't recreate what your family gave you. But within that family is a lot of shaming of that woman. A lot of, oh, well, now you're on your own. And so now when she comes crawling back and says, well, I need you, that's when, or when she grows up to be, 24 or 30, now she grown, okay, now you can come back in the fold of the family. But at that time when she was pregnant, the family, there was no tight-knit family.
Yeah, there was.
There was a whole bunch of shaming. And are you going to get married to this man? Oh, you're not? Okay, well, that's a different problem. So it's like, yeah, they may be tight knit and have these family reunions, but when you look at these families and dissect them, what's the difference?
Where she's from in North Carolina, they still act like that exactly today. My mother's home county is literally an hour away from where she is. Where she was at going across the Virginia line into South Hill, literally my family and stuff is the county. Oh, it's like an hour over, a county over. They still believe in all of that. If I had gotten pregnant at 14, Linda May would have shipped me off somewhere and be like, she ain't gonna be out here embarrassing me. I got pregnant at 28 and she still did that. So like she probably got pregnant, did what she felt like was the right thing to do. And then you come down and you have these family reunions and it's like, oh my God, Brenda, you look so good. The kids look so healthy. Put on the matching t-shirt and smile for the damn camera. Let's take this white man out to D-ball and Pawpaw's grave. It's the same. It's still the same. Exact same in North Carolina.
I did see sadness in her eyes as well when he asked her that question. And you do have a valid point. It was as if she wanted to give a different answer, but knew she couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say
for them, but I can't.
I'll say this for Bernard and everything for the manly perspective. With what is going on with his mom and the situation that she found herself in, I'm going to say that that's the most safest way I can say that she found herself in. When are we going to, and I'm going to say it because I'm the male in the room and I can. When are we going to hold?
I know you better.
When are we going to hold the men accountable for the shenanigans that we pull on women? When are we going to honestly take into account that we have traumas dealing with our parental situations that were either not good or something in the form of my parents aren't together or my parents don't like each other or whatever the case may be?
How else do we say it besides women saying very openly and very
shake the table, girl. Shake the table. You always shake the table.
But can I just say very compassionately, a lot of women are just flat out saying at this point, it's become a direct message. Go to therapy. Go get some help with stuff.
And they sending out death threats from that.
Right, and I'm sitting here like, we love you enough to tell you that we don't know very well, but you Black and we Black. Go to therapy. Like, stop.
Well, I'm gonna shake the table after that. I'm gonna shake it. So I think an observation of these conversations have been had by our mamas, grandmamas, great grandmamas, great great grandmamas, great 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 grandmamas. So I think yes, we can keep encouraging the self-healing, but I think if we really want to see some headway, we got to stop standing in between the bullet and the Black man. We're going to have to let them fall on their ass and figure it the fuck out. Stop trying to cushion the blow or cushion the fall or try to overly caution them. At some point, when babies learn to walk, they're going to have to fall on their ass. If you keep holding them and don't let them fall, they're not ever going to learn to walk. And if they can't walk, they can't run. If they can't run, they can't use their legs to ride bikes or drive cars or fly planes. We're going to have to start getting out of the way.
Yeah.
And it's hard because it's our job. We've taken on the job. But at the end of the day, if we want them to do something different, we're going to have to allow them the space to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
how many times have we ever heard that Black men has it 10 times harder? We have been conditioned to be their pin cushion for when they fall. And unfortunately, there was a white man that got on the app last year and he called Black women Jesus. We are sacrificial lambs and we walk out there willingly.
Who was the guy who said, I know who you're talking about. But no,
I remember he was like in the woods or something and by some trees or something, just talking, walking back and forth.
I have to look for that video. But it's like we constantly go out there and we're trying to save the day and we're trying to fix things. And the problem is we fix it and then we move on and then we have to fix ourselves and then we get drained and frustrated. And then when we get to our lowest and we don't want to fix it again, that's when we're beat on by them.
Is it bad that I made a decision a while ago, like right 2019, where I just was like, you know what? I done had enough of all of it. I'm good being solo, pandemic. I took that opportunity to really dig deeper within myself. I took the opportunity to grow. I unsuspectingly, I didn't know I was going to open a business, but I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that I entered TikTok. My granddaughter would not leave me alone about TikTok at all. But I made that decision a while ago and I can spot you, like just from your comment, I'd be like, nope. I mean, that's how good the red flags now fly out. But I've done the inner work. My page, I'm not going to repeatedly have conversations about telling Black men or encouraging Black men, go to counseling, go to counseling, go to counseling. Instead, do you understand what you're worth? Do you understand what you're worth? Let me ask you a different question. Let me pose it to you differently. In the meantime, I'm gonna leave you with that question because I got living to do. I have people that I have clients to help. I have my daytime job. I got my other stuff. I'm not stepping in between of nothing. Nothing. Hell, I don't even step in between my own two sons if they have a beef. I definitely ain't stepping in for some man that I don't know.
I wanna say something, and we have to acknowledge the part that some of us as Black mothers playing in. I come from mountain and enabling family because we have a small number of boys, and the way in which they coddle them, the way in which they don't hold them accountable. I'm 41, my nephew is 31 years old. The way in which his mom still intervenes in his life, even though he is a married man.
Oh no, I don't do that.
Coddles and hovers.
No, I
That's
am
a
not a
whole married man.
hovercraft.
Okay.
That's a hovercraft.
Oh, that's my mom. That my mom definitely was not that type. My brother had to figure it out. Now, if I have to give you $1, I'll give you $1. But it is not my job to carry your burden because you don't know how to handle it. I raised you. I gave you all the tools that you needed, sent you on your way. You got married. You had children. You got to figure it out for yourself. It is not my job as your mother at your big age to be trying to tell you what to do. It's
I
not
think
my
that's
job.
why some Black men are looking for women like their mothers.
Yes. They want mommies. They don't want partners. And it's
because
not,
they don't know what to do. They didn't learn the skills. They didn't take the time to say, hey, maybe me running on the street with Pookie, Ray Ray, Rakim, and the rest of them is not the best idea. So maybe I don't know if I'm going to lean on my mother, ask her where the library is so that I can read and knowledge myself. That's why a lot of them want roommates that act like they mama that they can also hunch on from time to time. And because their mother who birthed them took care of them, they're like, well, why isn't all women acting like my mama? Because I'm not.
Not her. I didn't give birth to you.
Do you remember the tweet that came out last year? And it was a Black guy earlier this year, and he was like, he's used to, because he's seen his mom struggling, used to his mom struggling. He thought all Black
They expect you to struggle. Yes. Yes. And he didn't even pick up there's a tweet that was like, the reason that they expect y'all to take everything is because he watched his mom struggle without any help. So he thinks that you're supposed to just take everything on the chin too, including the cheating, the financial burdens, all the emotional trauma dumping. Like all of it just falls. A lot of them who were raised by single women didn't look at it and say, damn, my dad dropped the ball. They looked at it and said, damn, my mom was a strong Black woman and she did it all. So I expect you to do it all on top of me hunching on you. And that includes 50% of the bills.
And I'll say this, and it to this day it infuriates my mom sometimes, because sometimes she'll ask me for something. She'll ask me, do I need something? And I'll automatically say no. Like she'll be like, David, I was just like, because I've seen both of my parents work very hard for what they have. I've seen them do the work and go through shenanigans and shade and trials and tribulations. It fostered into me this point of the fact, if I can't achieve it on my own, then it ain't for me. It ain't for me. Like even sometimes and sometimes it does spite I do cut my nose off to spite my face, because sometimes when it be necessary for her to help me, I still refuse her help. Because I'm like, I need to do this on my own.
Lead into your village.
Right.
Okay.
I was going to say, that's the village. Now what you doing
my mama
now?
If my mama say, Ariel, you need some toiletries, I sure do. Yes. I do.
I'm not gonna lie, I have Amazon Prime and I do like, hey, granddaughter. Well, my granddaughter, she can have whatever she wants. She's my granddaughter. She's my only grandchild. I will spoil her rotten forever. She knows that I love her and I get to send her home spoiled rotten. But my sons, we switched. And as I watched them launch, I became trusted advisor, living my own life. I don't interfere in their life. Now, if they come and they want to, if I notice something's going on, I'm like, I'm just going to put this out there. Some seem, and that's it. When you're ready, but I just want to let you know, maybe I took it differently because I did not want people meddling in my life in that way. I did not like when my family members tried to say and do certain things. I'm like, you don't even have nothing for yourself. How you gonna come to what? And you asking me for what?
Because like I'll say this, because what really put me on the paint was like when she said to coddling their boy, and I'm just like, my mother did not coddle me. My sister thinks so, but I'm just like, girl, we went through the same school. We went through the same schooling, ma'am. I don't know what you're talking about. We went through the same school. You are only 4 years older than me. We went through the same schooling. Don't come at my neck like that, ma'am. Now, did she put some responsibility on you because you're the oldest? Yes. But once that 13 hit, once that 13 came into view, baby, the same rules and regulations you had to deal with, the same rules and regulations I had to deal with. There was no difference. It was only because I was young and I couldn't, she didn't, well, let's just say I dropped things. I'm very accident prone, but that's behind me now. And I'll say this, we have to honestly stop, because I hate the fact where there was a question posed on TikTok. I can't think of the video now in its entirety, where the person was asking, why are we so overprotected? Like those men who are in their children's lives, why they're so overprotective of their girls, but they neglect the boys. And it made me think. And I was just like, my dad didn't neglect me. He did, and he did give me instruction when we could have a talk, because again, he was working. He gave me my instructions, and he taught me to be respectful. He taught me to, and that was on both ends of the spectrum. She taught me to be respectful. He taught me to be respectful and to mind the business that pays me. And I'm just like, where is that accountability in, like, you can't just throw your boys to the wayside because they're boys.
No.
And it's because that throwing to the wayside is why we have so many men out here doing what they're doing, because they're not giving the same attention and instruction, or proper instruction. I'll say proper instruction to these men, to these boys out here who will grow into man boys. And now they're just circling the drain at this point. They're circling the drain, and then they call it. And then they and when men like me, who are sitting here and be like, hey, you can't really do, that's not helpful for you, that's not beneficial for what you need to get done, that's not a helpful train of thought. They call us simps. They call us, oh, you're this, that, and the third. Oh, you must be gay. I'm not pandering to these women.
Exactly.
I don't have to. If I respect a woman enough to say, hey, are you good? We're good. We good? Okay. And I go about my business. That's what it is. I'm respecting her enough to give her the choice to say either she's good on me or she wants to continue this conversation. And if it's no, it's no. It's a full declarative sentence. I don't understand what's not clicking, Stephen, that you don't get the fact that when she says no to you, it's a full declarative sentence. Because she should not have to add to that.
Most of them don't understand, like, no is foreign to them, because some of them think under the patriarchy, how dare you tell me no? I'm a man. I was born with this extra swinging situation, be it be high swinging or low swinging. How dare you tell me no? How dare you tell me no? What do you think this is? No meant maybe. That's how I heard it. And then when you go and hold them accountable for their behaviors because they wouldn't take no for an answer, then it's, you see how they try to take down the man? Like, no, sugar. It's called boundaries. It's called boundaries.
Right. These are boundaries. They healthy boundaries. I think I did a video on boundaries. You gotta
a healthy, you got to teach those. And like, I get strange looks. My son is 7, and people look at me crazy when I be like, listen, son, I love you right now. Mommy is touched out, and this is my boundary. I need you to go sit down. Don't be telling that baby about no boundaries. I said it ain't cute at 7. It won't be cute at 17, and he'll be held to somebody's daughter by the time he's 27. If he don't stop walking up on every stranger talking about let me love you, sir. No, you can't do that. And you shouldn't have to keep telling them that. But this is also problems of things that was not instilled in these kids as younger. Like, I don't want nobody touching me. I don't like people like that. But my son, pastor or politician, one of the two, because he always shaking hands and trying to rug up and hug somebody. But I have to teach him as his mother, hey, if somebody tells you, you can ask somebody, hey, can I give you a hug? Use your manners. And if that person tells you no, You need to say, okay, I understand, because that is their boundary. I have to constantly remind him, you can love somebody and not have to put your hands on them. Yep. You can respect somebody's boundary and control your anger, because anger is not the only emotion that you have. But I have elders that look at me like I am crazy. I was like, I know where the sperm came from this baby. Like, are you serious?
You're doing the right thing, though. As a mom that has 2 grown sons, you're doing the right thing, because they have to understand what boundaries are.
Right.
If you send them out and they don't understand any of those things, number one, they feel entitled to everything.
Correct.
Number 2, they like you said, they don't understand the word no. And number 3, they don't understand what healthy, safe friendships, romantic relationships, work situation, that it has a ripple effect of them not understanding any of those things.
Right.
And it will lead them to choose someone completely wrong.
And like I said, it goes back to what I was saying. I was just like, don't neglect that same instruction that you want to give to your girls. Be like, you got to guard up, you got to do this, you got to do that. That same protection works both ways. You can't sit there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Coco. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was going to say a part of that. I think your perception of that is very positive, and I think in a way it is. But I think as a Black woman, I can't speak for everybody else, Black mothers raise their Black daughters to be independent because they're raising us out of survival mode. And they know there's a strong possibility that if you grow up and have kids, that man not going to be there. But I think on the flip side of that, the reason why the boys are being coddled is, it goes back to what Stephanie was saying, that we have this belief system that the Black boys have it so much worse. But in that thought process, the boys aren't being taught any responsibility, any maturity, any of that. And so when we look at the product of that, the adults, we're seeing the disparities. And it's like, I think we need to balance both of those things out and apply it to all children. Like, all children need to grow up with a certain level of responsibility and independence, but we also need to be softer with them. And I feel like the girls miss out on that softness and the boys miss out on that responsibility.
Like, it would be nice if the roles were balanced.
Yeah.
I won't say reverse, for like full on, they need to go to the opposite ends of the spectrum, but a good balance for both of them, which I can honestly say my mother gave both me and my sister, because we saw our parents' relationship. We saw them. We saw what was possible when you wait for the right person. When you realize that you're sharpening that person sharpens you. We saw that relationship, so we know what to look for, what to not look for. And did my parents, have their times where, like, you know what, you cross that threshold, cross it, and you gonna see me today. Yes. But at the end of the day, we knew our parents loved each other, and we knew, hey, it's an argument. People are going to argue. They're going to have disagreements. You're not human if you're not. That June Cleaver where she would be dressed to the nines, got the dinner and breakfast and lunch on the table, that does not exist. I'm sorry.
It was fake TV stuff that they were able, and what irritates me is watching so many of our Black men go down that rabbit hole of thinking that what is being projected by people that don't look like us, that don't have our history, that don't want to talk to us, that don't want to acknowledge us and stuff like that. Y'all are like, you're falling for the excuse my language, you're falling for the bullshit.
Yeah,
like you just you're falling for it left and right. And Black women have decided we didn't talk to y'all enough. We're not going to, we got other stuff going on. Other stuff meaning the world got stuff going on. And by the way, the passport thing, had they not been paying attention to how them women in Europe, some of them women and stuff act over there, because they ain't with it. They ain't with that. And they will beat the mess out of their own husband. And yeah, I done seen a couple things. Like, y'all, no.
Like I said,
exactly.
I'm just
With that
saying
being
this.
said, we're gonna move into the last segment, which was Shahid. I forgot the cop's name. Dr. Jackson, the psychologist, and Mr. and Mrs. Wallace. So we can take them person by person, because I think this was the most interesting portion of the documentary, or the
I
report.
listened to some of the language that even some of the professionals use. Shahid said too much freedom will strip discipline, and you have to keep them caged. Then you go on to the psychiatrist, and he makes the comment, it's going to breed into society. I'm from Miami, where they fought animals. And it makes me think about putting maybe two dogs in a ring. Somebody go walk out maimed. And that's what the situation was like, putting two dogs into a ring. Somebody's going to walk out to live the next day, to eat, to be clothed, to be shed, to fed and sheltered. But look at some of the terminology they use when talking about other people that look like them.
I thought all of the men, all of the Black men, even up through the round table, we're gonna get to it, but I felt like it was very interesting how flippant and how ready to disregard Black men was just on the brain. I mean, I think they all had some good points and then some concerning points, but I mean, not to be disrespectful to DMAC. I mean, I don't expect too much from men, especially not in 1986. But I digress.
But
The one thing that I did see that was very interesting when we went through Shahid, the other police guy, the after school program guy, and even to Mr. Wallace, is that no matter if they were raised by a single mother or if they had both parents in the home, they seem to all get sucked up in the streets. And so I did notice a big theme of like the outside culture, be it media or be it just on the block. That culture is something that is a bigger portion of raising children than the parents to a certain extent. And I've been hearing conversations to this effect taking place on social media about how much time children spend with their parents versus their friends and outside sources, especially as they age and go into different grade levels and such. So I thought that was really interesting. And one of the things, was it him that said it? I think it was Shahid that said it, that the war that's actually taking place is trying to convince the boys that street life isn't where it's at, and that in comparison to their influences, the people that were trying to be positive in their life were getting overshadowed by the counter narrative in the community. So I don't, do y'all, I feel like I see that in today's culture, especially with TikTok and how kids have access to social media, and what they're saying is like, if we're the ones fighting these grown men on what they say, I can only imagine the impressionability of young people watching this and what they're interpreting it as. Thoughts?
And the one thing about Shahid is like, just like you said about him, was that he kept focusing on, if we can get to these men or these boys, it'll make a change. However, when he went back to Alice, he said that Alice needed a man to direct her. And then when the same question was asked of Timothy, he said Timothy has talent, but he's a ladies' man. So it's like a disconnect. It's like he see the issue in the community, but for some reason that accountability doesn't want to be put on that child, on that male child, or that male in general. We keep getting, if they can just make that connection, even now we can make the connection.
And I've noticed this in today's society. They have so many like male-centered programs where we're going to teach you boxing and we're going to teach you how to tie a tie. We're going to do all of this stuff. But it's very few that's like, okay, let's blend both men and women together, young men and young women together. Let's sit down as a collective. Let's talk about our community. Let's talk about the things that we should be changing in our community to make our community better. So the girls are really left to fend for themselves. So if they do not have a strong, woman presence, they're out here. And if the boys do not get into these programs, which sometimes they can't because their parent can't take them, or the program doesn't offer like transportation, so they can't get in there. So here we go. We still have some of these kids being left behind because it's not looking at everybody in the community. It's like, we're going to make them strong men. But what about making strong women too?
But it should be like was discussed earlier, there should be balance. Mm-hmm. To me, when I see some of those mentorship programs where it's like, we're going to teach you how to tie a tie and blah, 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 when are you going to get to the emotional intelligence?
Let's talk about it, okay?
When are men going to step? I've actually asked men, like I've said, I had a man tell me, women don't belong being an activist. And I said, you cannot come here on this platform with your mommy issues. You must take them elsewhere. I'm not entertaining it. I'm not helping you with it. I'm gonna point out what it is though.
And it's weird because historically that's not true. Sojourner
It's not true.
Harriet
Tubman.
True,
but they're ignoring it. They're ignoring all of those things.
Okay, I'm going to say this again. Men are idiots.
I'm
sorry. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. Men are idiots. And we only want to take something into account when it benefits us. And that's just where it is. And we haven't grown out of that fact of, if it's not beneficial to me, then why should I care about it? And it frustrates me to no end when I see these men on these apps. And this is why I am a big fan when I see these women come out here and destroy them utterly. I love it. I relish it. It's like my life's blood, because I'm just like, y'all are not getting it. When are you going to realize that women are no longer going to accept the basics, the bare minimum? They're not doing it anymore. Soon they're going to get to a point where they're just be like, you know what? We're done. We're done. But we don't need you at all. And you don't want them to get to that level. Some of them are already there. You don't want all women collectively across the board to say, forget y'all. Y'all don't want that.
It's really crazy about the mentorship stuff, because I can use somebody that I used to be acquainted with as an example, where because of the position of where he worked, he was the token Black person for the face of said situation, i.e. got a position, and right after they hired him, he was in a photo shoot with a young Black little boy, and that's what they posted on the website, on the first thing you saw on the website. And it was a time where he was like, oh yeah, we're doing this mentorship for the boys, Now this person had had a mom and a dad in both, and they were together until one of them passed on or whatever. And they're taking them to the basketball games and they're teaching them to tie ties. But I knew the person that he was married to. And there was a lot of behind the scenes conversations where it's like, hey, is he feeling this way? My dialect to her, is he feeling this way because he doesn't know how to express what he's saying? Will he be willing to go to therapy? Do you want me to help you find him a Black male therapist? Because those things seem to be important. So when you have the mentorship aspect in place, the mentors are not emotionally mature enough to tell these babies what they need to do to start taking the stepping stones. So yes, it's nice. Somebody please teach my baby to tie a tie, because mama don't know how to do that. But when it comes down to you looking at my 7-year-old autistic son and saying, hey, there's more emotions besides anger. So let's use our words. Do that. Everything with these boys do not have to be disciplinarian at all times. No. It can be conversations. And that's our mentors now are still the same emotionally unintelligent men, but dress better with degrees.
Yes. Listen, we're going to drag him in a minute, but I wanted to move on to Dr. Jackson. He had made his list of what he thought the community's issues were, and some of those were: we need emotional intelligence, we're lacking respect, lacking of familial foundation, there's generational absentee fathers. And one of the points that he made is when he was asked about the Black people in the suburbs, he said you can no longer hide in the suburbs. Now, what do we feel about that? Because I feel the same in 2022, and I'm like, wow, not somebody thinking that in 1986, but as someone that comes from means and is second generation suburbs, I personally feel that we owe a great responsibility to our people that are not in the same tax bracket or is living with generational poverty. So, do you think? I know we didn't cover it because we were only looking at that neighborhood in Newark, and we didn't go to the suburbs. But do you think the suburban Blacks are silent?
Yes.
How
Yes.
do they need to be louder, and
Yes.
what they need to do? Well, I'll say
They-
we. What do we need to do?
They think because they live in that deluxe apartment in the sky,
Yes.
that somehow or another they are exempt from getting treated like the people that live, in the slums. And that's not true. Because your kids get made fun of for being Black. Your kids are getting made fun of because of you being Black. And they're trying to figure out how you were able to get to where you are and you're Black. And they forget that the Black people that live affluently, they forget that, like, okay, I came from people that had nothing. And yes, my generational curse got broken, and I can say that I do not live that way. Let me go back to the city that my mama came from, the city that my grandmother came from, and let me see what kind of resources I can pour in. But some, not all, let me be that way. Some of them just feel like I was able to get it.
I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. You
Exactly.
need to go do the same thing. That's not what happened.
No.
Not them dusty ass bootstraps your family couldn't even afford and didn't have. But okay.
Exactly. That's the issue. That's the issue that a lot of low income Black people have with, Black people that are affluent.
The uppity ones.
Yes, they are so detached from the reality that it doesn't matter that you wear a suit and you work in an office. They still see you like me.
They sure do. I lived in a suburban area. I was able to move my kids, a lot of hard work, and they grew up in a very nice area, elementary school straight through high school. A lot of hard work went into that. I made more money than a principal we were having a problem with. And I checked her so hard because she actually looked at me like we were a welfare family. I said, do you know the income ratio? And I'm a single parent. No, I do not get welfare. And you done met his dad because he done been here. Let's not.
My mom was a believer of saying that too. You cannot think for a second because I'm a single mom. And that's what was giving me a lot of I get what they were trying to do, but it was making me angry because I come from a single mom and I had everything that I wanted and needed.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't have to work, I didn't have to worry about some things that my friends had to worry about having a single mom. And I'm like, I get where this was supposed to be going, but I'm like, let's go over to the other side, because like what was said in the comments, not all Black people that are single parents are on
Are
welfare.
struggling.
Yeah,
They're
I
not.
said that.
I come from a
that's not
two-parent.
true.
I come from a two-parent household, and this is always my argument. It's like the focus is on, because I think they're trying to shift the blame to single mothers. The same type of child that comes from out of a single mother home will come from out of a two-parent home. When I get on these men about protect and provide, I had a father that protected and provided no other mental or emotional support in the household because he was a roommate. So whether the two parents are there or just one parent, it makes no difference. Any child can come out of any household any type of way.
And see that's another thing I have to say. I was just like, here's my main issue is with Black people in general. As a whole, as a collective, we honestly need to stop demonizing the white people for going and getting some. I say some, not all of them,
but quite a
not
few.
all of them, but quite a few will go and seek help. We have been so bred down and so knocked down, drag out that we can do it on our own, that we refuse to take or go and seek help from outside sources. We were like, nope, we got this. We can do this.
I'm gonna counter that, and I'm gonna counter that with, we also have to take into consideration there are generations that are literally afraid to go to any doctor or dentist for any reason because we were experimented on so badly.
Yes.
True.
So that's the other part that you have to like.
Oh no, I take that into full account because they've got that experimentation with the Tuskegee experiment and other experiments that we don't even know about. That they were experimenting on black slaves for gynecology, just to not even figure out exactly how
without
the process works.
Without any anesthesia.
And that's the main reason why they think we can withstand pain that others that don't look like us can withstand pain. And like the mistreatment in the medical field is a whole different topic that could be handled at a later time. Yeah. But in that video, when they were referencing like, oh, we're projected in 2000, it's going to be this many single moms. Hello, excuse me, real quick. Hi. How did they get pregnant?
Right.
I'm just like, stop not holding these men accountable for the mess that they leave in their wake. Please stop.
That's why I asked. I said, did anybody else miss the part where they was like, it's about morals? Whose morals exactly are we going on? Because
the white people's morals that Sam sitting there with his cropped hair talking about nonsense stuff about there's no moral compass and blah blah.
And so
let's just go. So
let's go on that round
the
table.
last person I wanted to talk about was Mrs. Wallace, and one of the things that she said kind of segues into our dragging of these civil rights leaders. She said,
sorry.
Society has made it easy for women to live without men, and I had a problem with that, and I had a problem with this entire roundtable.
All of it.
Uh-oh, Coco.
Hold on, Coco. You mute.
How you get mute?
Oh no! What happened? What'd y'all hear last?
That round table problem cut out.
So the round table, I had an issue with the entire round table and with that statement, even though Mrs. Wallace gave us many good gems. Nowhere in the solutions was it men need to stop leaving their children.
That part.
And to do the work to become employed.
That part.
And to stop abandoning these women and taking their fucking money. Nobody, nobody, not one person said these men need to do better and do differently. And here's exactly what they need to do. I heard them blame the man. I heard them blame black women. I heard them blame welfare. I heard them blame rap music. I heard them blame the TV. But nowhere in that did I hear anyone say these men need to stop leaving these families they're creating and at least co-parent.
They glorified it. They glorified it.
But they also left out. They also added, oh well, it's because of the moral compass, and there's not enough God in the situation as well. And I was
gonna let them have that. It was 1986. I was just gonna let them have that.
No. See,
I was gonna let them have that. Like, okay,
I'm a PK. I'm a PK, and I can't let them have it. I'm a PK with an uncle and an aunt with their doctoral in theology, and they both told me, including my father, was like, "Hey, in the event, now we don't really want you to not be Christian, but in the event that something happens, can you at least come and talk to us and let's talk through it?" Everybody didn't have that, and so for me, it's like, whose moral compass are y'all going on? Everybody ain't Christian, so I don't know why y'all like. Where's that talking point? And is y'all so the sperm just appeared in the uterus. That's all I'm saying. It just appeared. Black women have given birth to all of Jesus' children.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Christianity has a chokehold on our community, and I could only imagine the chokehold that it was in '86. So I was gonna let them have their white Jesus moment. Because even in today's world, we're not really actually ready to decolonize and deconstruct Christianity.
You mean the Christian fascism? Just say that. Just say that. It's easier.
I was gonna say, for me, I grew up in church. Like, I was in church at least 2 times a week my entire life. I went to Catholic school and had to study religious studies to graduate from high school, and took history classes in college. Like, I am not gonna say I'm an atheist, but I'm one step away.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead
and that's only because religion and for me, any religious anything to me, if it's not in connection from me to spirit to God, I can't get with it. I just
gotta go through you.
The logical. It's not. It's the math never is not mathing for me. I'm gonna get off the soapbox now, but I just it doesn't math for me.
It doesn't math, and for me, the amount of thumping that has been used by, to me, a fictional book, that they pull out only certain scriptures that they know. I know so many Black people. I think I actually posted a video. I was like, do you know how many Black people know the entire Bible and we know when you don't know what you're talking about. That's how much the Bible has been thumped into our brains. You don't know how many I don't care how hood and stuff the area is. I bet you they don't make something out of a church. They make a storefront out of a church. They don't make a shopping center. There's a church in there. Somebody's house in the basement gonna have a church in it, and you're gonna be in church on Wednesdays, all day Sunday. Don't come to us with that.
And if you live in the South, in Virginia, you will see a church everywhere you go. It's one street in a city called Hampton that all you see is churches.
It's churches.
You
by the school,
yeah,
college.
Is a church. Is a church right now, like where I'm from in North Carolina. The church I was raised in was on one corner of the street, and my uncle and aunt's church was on the other end of the street, and in between was 3 more Black churches. I grew up with 5 Black churches on one street, with a father as a pastor, an aunt and uncle of another pastor, and my current pastor that I was raised under is now the head bishop of the something INC. Like, I don't even know the title, but he a big deal. Okay, they don't play about him now. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, My mother was the superintendent of the Sunday school. My Sunday started at 8 a.m. where they did the prayer, and then Sunday school at 9:45. And then you had to be ready to march into the choir at 10:45. And then you had to get out of church at 1:30 to get in the KFC line to get your chicken, to get back on the bus to be able to get there for afternoon service. So, and then prayer meeting on Wednesday, Bible study on Monday, praise and worship dance on Thursday. Choir. Like, it's crazy. I sound crazy. And then they turn around and they was like, well, why don't you come to church? Girl, we got the internet. I done been there enough.
I done prayed enough for my lifetime. I done attended enough church and mass to last me and my grandchildren.
And I got enough rules that I got to follow. So I'm not going to follow your rules in your church.
But you know what? I always said, listen, church would begin on me. I said the Black church conditioned us to accept a lot of treatment that we accept. The lack of accountability.
That's what it was for.
I listened to Ms. Wallace, and Ms. Wallace said, we don't need more programs. We need people to turn back to God. Then at the end, she said that racism got us here, but it's not on racism, it's on us. So now she has completely taken the accountability from politicians, money not flowing into the neighborhood. Now it's up. And that is how the Black church has conditioned us, because we turned away from God.
I don't disagree with her on that point, though. I don't disagree.
I don't disagree completely, but we can't.
I'm not 100%, but I don't disagree. But I do see that with her. I think it was, who was it? Obviously Jesse. Who was the other guy?
It was
not the cop guy, the other guy. Who kept saying morals.
Some Dr. Shenanigans.
Dr. Lowry.
Because he ended it off with the respectability politics. It was Dr. Lowry.
Because I'm just like, sir, stop coming for hip hop, because I'm pretty sure the music you were listening to when you were their age was not considered fun or great or anything, sir. So stop it.
I can tell you when everybody knew that Tina was getting abused, and ain't nobody stopped listening to the music yet.
I'm like, just like, what? I'm like, what is it going? I'm like, what are you talking about? By you sitting here, the same exact thing that your parents told you about your music is the same exact thing that their parents told them about their music. So please don't sit here and use that as a crutch or talking point.
That is still going on.
In Georgia, it's going on in Georgia right now.
With Uncle Luke.
Going on in Georgia right now.
Yeah. Older generation came out with Uncle Luke, public, and all those things, because I'm from Miami. Now they got a problem with City Girls. Y'all came up on Trina.
Listen, City Girls up 10,000.
Y'all came up.
You know what I think you're not talking about with the whole music conversation? The music most definitely mirrors the culture. The culture doesn't mirror the music.
Correct.
So at what point, if that's the case, I'll say it. I don't know if y'all agree, but if that were to be the case, would the solution be fix the culture? And if we look at what the culture actually is, wouldn't that be upon men to, again, go back to fixing things within themselves and how they interact with other Black men and how they interact with Black women?
Yep.
But that was never brought up. Like, I was befuddled as to how we have the whole 40-minute discussion with 4 civil rights leaders of the time.
These are the leaders.
The leaders, apparently, and nobody said, and like, I get it. Like, yes, I get it. White supremacy has done a number. I get it. But how did white supremacy tell a 15-year-old to leave his baby? What part of white supremacy is that?
You know what the
wait, I had a question because I wrote it down. So I think my question was, when I was thinking about Timothy and how he was, acting like
stupid.
acting like a plantation breeder as he was doing that. Do you guys think that some of this is just a rollover from being, enslaved? Is this part of post-traumatic slave syndrome? What's going on with that? And if that's the case, when we gonna be like, hey, let's stop this behavior?
But
can we even use that excuse in 2022 for people that, I don't know. What I don't know.
I'll say this. For the most part there, we still haven't addressed that generational trauma. We still have not addressed it. No parent whose grandparents have lived through that survival mode situation, through slavery, through Jim Crow, wants to address that trauma that their parents have had to raise their children in. Which is why, to this day, most Black mothers still tell their kids how to act when they come upon policemen or encountering white people. They still give them these rules. This is how you function. This is how you live. They want them to come, like the girl was saying. Anytime he goes, I don't feel comfortable until I hear his key click into the lock. That's what she said. She says, I don't know if he's going to come home. I give him the advice, the direction and things of how to survive and make sure you make it home. There is no offense to white people or anything like this, but y'all don't have these conversations at all.
Oh no, because let me tell you, I lived predominantly, I mean, it was some mix in there, but them parents let these kids, I'll give you a scenario. Well, first, the breeding thing, the first thing they did to break, first of all, Black people couldn't get married. So now you still have a lot of Black people that say it's just a piece of paper. It's actually much deeper than that. So if we don't have that conversation, that's a problem. Then you have where the first thing they did was take the Black man away from the family. And that's been ongoing. Then it became, well, we can't enslave them, but we can work them to death. We paid them crappy wages to the point where they got to work 2-3 jobs and never be home with their kids. That also happened. And some just, you have Black men. I had a Black man say something to me, and I said, it was about a post that I had made, and I said, what are you doing as a Black man to address Black men? Because I'm not here to help Black men figure out their Black man shit. Excuse my language. I'm a woman, I raise kids. Y'all, how come y'all don't want to come together and really start pulling it together? Because women are stepping back and y'all not even paying attention. We're not stepping back to date other races and a bunch of stuff. We're stepping back to be by ourselves because it's more peaceful. It's a happy place here. We don't have all this stuff. So there is some stuff that has to be addressed, but if you're not taught it, you don't know it, you don't know your history, you don't know how you got to this place, and it's not, and other men make fun of, I don't even respect a man that would make, a Black man that would make fun of another Black man that goes and says, yo dog, you wrong. You wrong for the way you speaking to Black women, you wrong for the way that you approach that Black women, you wrong for all of that. They don't want to hear that. They want to be part of the cool kids. Well, the cool kids gonna have you single or married to a PWC woman, and we gonna be lucky if you still alive. I said what I said, and I said it.
Hello. A lot of them don't want to address that. A lot of them don't want to address that. I have religiously gotten on that clock app and said, at what point in time do you guys hold each other accountable? I had a man who a mutual was like, hey, come to the live, blah, 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 blah. And then she had this dialogue with this Black man. I don't like his content. I didn't subscribe to it. But one of the things he was talking about was, why was Black women expecting protection? But then when Black men tell us to shut up and get off of the platforms where Black men are disrespecting us, that's why they don't protect us. And I said, well, what is wrong with you checking another Black man? But what is wrong with that? I said, because if you're telling us we need to shut up against the men that are disrespecting us, are you checking the men that are disrespecting us? And he couldn't answer. He couldn't answer.
He's doing the same thing.
Even like with the Psychology Today report, I'm telling you, if I have one more person be like, Breeder therapist tone was wrong. And then when I say, where were the podcast, Alpha Red Pill, Passport Bros? Where were y'all at when the psychology report came out? And this was y'all's talking points to get on them microphones you got from Jeff Bezos' plantation and speak on what was within this article. Y'all still did not do it. When Christian Abumaseli was unalived by his OF Becky, who ran for months, I said, hey, Black women, we're gonna, we wish the best and that the family gets justice for what she did, but we're not gonna protest. Well, y'all said he deserved to die. Nobody said that.
No, nobody said that.
We were not his preference. He did not like us. We want you guys as Black men to go to Florida, Miami-Dade County, and hold the police accountable for letting her go. And what you also need to do is you need to get your Karen's Crickets and get you a t-shirt, and y'all can ride down there together and get the permits and do what you need to do, because get the permit or they'll arrest you.
Know how to
None of them went down there to did it.
They don't know how to lead. They don't.
Of course they don't.
Put together. They don't know how to put together protests. They don't know how to make a sign. They don't know how to spell freedom. They don't know anything other than to sit here and bash a Black woman for doing something to benefit them, which is weird to me. I'm
brought
trying
that
to
up.
protect you.
Yeah.
But you bash me for protecting you.
I brought that up. I said, you guys want to lead, protect, and guide Karen to Spirit and get on a flight to Miami and make sure y'all got y'all's permits so they don't arrest none of y'all, and go down there and fight for your homeboy.
You know how to fill out that paperwork.
But that's what I'm saying. And then I think as much as recently I had somebody comment talking about, well, y'all are the ones that wished him dead. Honey, I don't know that man, baby. I feel sorry
remember
for his mama
any.
having her child. But y'all did not lead. So when did y'all, I think at 35, the reason I become so aggravated about, especially the back in the day narratives like what we just watched, is a lot of people, or a lot of the Black males on TikTok bring up the 1960s. And my talking point was, especially on Instagram recently, I said, at what point in time did the Black men in the 1960s go back and get the families? Well, they're choosing bad men. I said, no. Y'all are stuck in 1960 in 2022. I need for y'all to explain to me why, after those laws were put in place, taking the man out of the house, because y'all are not reading the Moynihan report either. Why, after a Black woman went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, this is unconstitutional, and it was overturned after 5 years, even though it was not across the country, why did y'all not go back and pick up your families? That man still ain't responded 4 days later. Sir, don't come for me until you learn how to read. It's fundamental. And I'm saying they don't know how to fight.
And here's another thing. 1960 isn't that long ago.
It really isn't.
They make it seem like it's long ago because they put it in black and white. It is not that long ago. So stop sitting here making it seem like, 1960s was like a twilight time. It was not.
It was
Ruby
not.
Bridges is still alive.
And let's put it this way.
Put that into perspective. So stop using that. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I'm a married woman, and I still am not going to sit here and make it seem like it is my responsibility to raise my husband. His mama raised him. His mama raised him right. And so I don't have to worry about sitting here saying, Lord, I'm gonna just stay with him because,
I'm gonna stick beside him.
I'm gonna stick beside him. I know, but men will be men.
To be a protector and provider is not to lead your family to homelessness. To hear men say that Black women chose the system over them, you're essentially saying you wanted your woman and your children to be homeless and destitute and hungry so you can have a place to live.
Because I noticed what's the other thing that stood out to me very prevalently was, number one, I mean, when I was younger, we were on food stamps. My parents didn't have money. They didn't. My sisters, successful, they won hair salon owner, not just a stylist, renting a booth and stuff like that. And the other one went through the military and is finishing up her degree. But, we didn't come from anything. y'all have to decide how y'all are gonna step up and like really step in to your plate. You can't ask us as Black women, you can ask and we're gonna laugh. Every time a Black man says that, oh, I'm a leader. I don't see you doing leader stuff though. I don't see you talking about the issues that are happening that are not only plaguing our community, but the outward ripple effect. I don't see y'all want to talk about y'all who dating, y'all who got white mamas. Y'all are right out there. Leave that alone. Stop. Like y'all really need to focus and like pull it together for yourselves, because Black women are saying we just not. Because
I couldn't care less about what you got going on. If you're not trying to help the community, what is there to talk about? I got banned from a live because I said, aren't y'all tired of talking about this? Aren't y'all tired of talking about what a woman should do and what a man should do?
They'll never get tired.
I'm gonna say this, and again, I really need to understand, guys. We have about what? We have about five. I'm the only guy in this conversation. There's about six women here. There's about five women here. I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's one of those days. It's Sunday. And
it's cool. We're gonna wrap up soon because I'm there too. It's
yeah.
Oh no, it's not. I'm not tired. Like, girl,
no. We've been here for 4 hours. The video themselves was heavy.
Right. Yeah,
so
the video was a lot, but they were what we needed to see. And don't be surprised.
We've been digging deep.
Yeah, don't be surprised if I go look up that video to look up some more info to drop it on somebody's head, because I just feel like sometimes I'll just drop. I don't say nothing. I just be like, "Sonny's teachable moment. Here you go." If that's the way that I could get y'all to hear how y'all sound to yourselves, yes, I'll do that. But that's as far as I go.
And it's just like, we as men, and I say this with all the love and sincerity I have, we really need to stop being stupid. really need to stop being stupid, because it's giving that you have nothing else better to do than to sit here and complain about nothing. Because first you want a woman to cook, clean, take care of you, take care of your children, still remain the same girl that you met when you first met her, which is impossible. I'm sorry. After you have a child, her mental state, her body state, everything has physically changed. There is not a woman on the face of this planet who has remained the same way she was before she had children. I'm sorry. So the fact that you're expecting her to remain that same way, I'm sorry, dude, it's not going to happen. It's not. Stop.
But they be the ones that look 6 months pregnant that want to come talk to you.
And I'm just like, you're expecting the impossible. Stop doing that. And then you turn around when the dude does her dirty. You should have picked you're giving an oxymoron. It does not work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Telling men, just sit down, sit back.
Yeah.
Let the Black women lead, because we already know what we're doing. We figured out the formula. We could get our community out if you would just let us. But for some strange reason, it is so hard for you to just like pull back, because you want to be in power, because you see white men in power, and you think because you are a man, you are entitled to lead. And that's not necessarily the case.
It's really like that scene from Scandal with Mama Pope saying, is she admirable or ridiculous? Because she stood there and helped, and they resented Black women for not sitting and struggling and accepting the bare minimum. I know I said on another content creators page where I was like, it does not make sense to me to continue to have these talking points of they're the leaders, they're the providers, but the women are the ones doing all the leading, the providing, the teaching, the planning, the execution, and taking all of the hard hits to their back while doing it with a smile. Because God knows, don't let you be an ugly Black woman, because then they're going to really talk about you. Don't let you be a fat Black woman, because you don't deserve to be loved. But then let Pookie, Ray Ray, and Rakeem get gunned down by Jim Bob with the gun, and they expect us to have our permits done. They expect us to have our t-shirts on. They expect everybody from the Black Lives Matter movement to continue to be sitting there and fighting. But then when we say something as simple as show up for your children, stop disrespecting us. Stop, if you prefer to be with somebody that does not look like your mother, stop being disrespectful. Stop teaching these younger boys that it's okay to be disrespectful to women that look like their mothers. Oh, we've done too much. Oh, y'all need to accept the bare minimum. Why? Y'all don't? Y'all have a full wife, children, and a yard with a fence that she paid for, and you will still go out there and cheat. You will still go out there and feel like you deserve to have more women because you were born with. Never mind, I'm on YouTube. Let me wash my mouth. You feel like
I'm gonna just take over from here. I'm gonna just take over from here because we gonna segue from that, because I think this last point that I wanted to discuss before we wrap it up. I think one of the most egregious things that stuck out to me in the roundtable, absent the not telling Black men to do better, there was a conversation being had about welfare, and Knox, is that the guy? The cop, the officer guy.
Yeah, whatever.
And he was saying something. One of the things that he got into and Lowry agreed, and then nobody else disputed or had a counter argument, was that some of these Black men are unsalvageable. Now, I know I pop my shit. Okay, I be popping my shit on TikTok, I be getting in people's asses and everything, right? But it's crazy that there were 3 Black men sitting there and they all agreed that, yeah, there's just some that, are unsalvageable. And that pointed me back to, I don't know if y'all seen the Fox Soul roundtable with quote unquote Dr. Umar and Cynthia G. And yeah, if y'all
I need to see the credentials.
listen,
I need to see the dissertation.
you need to see the credentials. But
Same.
y'all know how
in that
he so in that stemming from that conversation, there was an exchange of words between him and Cynthia G over social media, and it had come out that Dr. Umar had, out of his own mouth, said that we need to put down some of these Black boys because they were irredeemable. If I can find the clip, I will.
He's been saying
but I
that
found
forever.
that very interesting.
He's been saying that forever.
Wow.
And it was a throwback. It was a throwback clip. Yeah, it was throwback. It was a throwback. And so look, I'm not a Black man. Okay. Even when I was in my days of marching and putting my body on the line for things, I stayed in women's business because that's where I was. What the fuck is going on with this rhetoric of them just thinking at any level that y'all can just throw away y'all brethren, and that should be the norm? And what in the purge is this?
Because they only care about self. They only care about.
I want to hear D-Mac. He got both hands up. Hold on.
Go ahead,
he
baby.
got both hands up. He got both hands up. What is this about? What is this?
So really quick, I'm gonna be as quick as I can. There's a scene in this movie where Whoopi Goldberg says she does all the work and you take all the credit. It's the same thing that Black men are doing to Black women. They want to take the credit for the work that y'all are doing. So that was some point from the other one. But to have them say that stuck him. I was just like, why would you say that your own people are not worth being redeemed at any point in their life? Everybody deserves that option. There is not one person on the...
Wait. I want you to answer this question for me.
Go ahead.
I think I just clicked it. Do you think that mentality coming from the the quote unquote leaders or the black men of means that live in suburbia, do you think that is the exact same mentality that men in the hood that kill other black men have?
Oh, I was gonna ask that.
I'm gonna go on mute because I need a moment.
She mutes herself as she's talking. I love it. I can't honestly say. I really can't, because I grew up around that life, but not surrounded by that type of life, if that makes sense. Like, by the time my neighborhood started, going into hood transfer, I'll say that. That's about as close as I can get it, into hood transfer, because it wasn't like that when I lived there. Like, I'll say from 5 into like around 13, 14, my neighborhood, you could walk down the street at like around 9 o'clock and there would be nothing. You wouldn't have to be worried about anything. It wasn't until, like I said, when I turned 14 and I went into high school, that neighborhood had completely changed. And now my mother was getting nervous, especially getting later. So by that time we were in a transition, and we had moved. So I can't say that that's the same sentimentality exists there, but it just did not make sense to me that you would say that about your own people. But then on the same turn, black men need to take into account that, yes, you need to take your own, you need to make your own way into getting that redemption. You can't just expect it to be handed to you. And I'm not saying that sometimes it won't, like there aren't some chance instances where it has been a handed to you situation, but you have to want that redemption. If you don't want to change, if you don't want to have your circumstances be better, there's not too much anybody else, or if I'm saying to you, any one of you, hey, I have a way for you to come up out of your situation, and you turn around and just smack my hand out of my face. The saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. If you don't want to drink the water that I'm trying to give you to get you out of your situation, there's nothing I can do to make that change in your mind. That the mind is the battlefield here at this point. That education that they've received on constant repeat in their neighborhoods is what you have to battle. And if you can't get through, if you can't break that wall down of that street education, there's only so much that you're going to be able to do with that person. But to say that they're completely unredeemable, I said, sir, no, absolutely not.
And that's what got me. It's like there's a difference between understanding that people are going to make their own decisions. I can talk the good talk and fight the good fight, but if other people don't want to do the work, that's going to be on them. But for me, it just seemed like there was an error of they believe that certain people are disposable and they're okay with disposing of them, be it physically with life or be it I'm going to go to the suburbs and X you out of my life. You don't exist to me anymore.
You know what? And it seemed like all the men spoke like that. If you go back to the word breeding and caging, I think the psychologist said that some of them had no conscience. And even the unsalvageable part, it still sounds like 3/5 of a human. It's like we've taken on the viewpoint of like the slave owner. And not just us, we just want to say men. Because when they look at the next one, they don't see them as like mind, body, and spirit.
And because of that, that would explain why they don't look at us like we're human either, because they already don't value their fellow man. Like to the extent of saying, some of them just gotta go. So you don't value your boy's life. So you definitely are not gonna value that woman's life who you believe is only meant to be here for you, to serve you and for you to hunch on. So you definitely say, hey, I made a child, but I don't give a damn about that child.
And
because if that's the mindset, it makes sense.
Yeah, and we asking a lot for Jesse Jackson. I don't even understand.
But it wasn't even him that said it, though.
Yeah.
That was the thing. He was silent.
But see, he didn't say anything to counterpoint it, though. That's the problem.
Jesse Jackson doesn't care about nobody but Jesse Jackson.
Nobody.
So Jesse Jackson is going to come around when the boys get shot up on the block by the police, and then he going out on his nice $500 suit, and he gonna be talking all crazy and loud, and then he gonna pack it up
and go back to
go about his business.
And go back to his
But
gated
you know
community.
what? That was Knox that said that, and it goes back to that law enforcement culture.
And he is the police.
Black or white.
He is the police.
Once you're indoctrinated into the ideology of law enforcement, you see your own the same way the white man sees your own.
That's you can make that's a valid point. You can make that direct correlation with what was it, Mayor McAdams in New York City. You can make that exact correlation because he is speaking the exact same way. This man got up talking about drill rap one day. I said, sir, there are so many things happening in your city that you want to talk about some daggone drill rap if you don't get out of here.
What is
How
that?
out of touch are you?
What is that? That you said? Yeah, what is that?
Drill rap, they're talking about the drugs and all that type of stuff. It's not nothing that's new.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not nothing that's new. The drugs that they talk about are harsher, but it's not nothing that's new. But he actually had a news conference about it. And I was sitting there like, y'all, we cannot elect Black men just to elect them because they Black. Daniel Cameron should have taught you that. And y'all keep staying silent.
You gotta be careful about that because that'd be cold. He done had this whole conference about drill rap, and now that they're really indicting Black men based on the lyrics that they put out.
And I'm not happy about what that woman is doing, what the DA is doing to those Black rappers down in Georgia. She just hit them with more charges. And I'm like, based off of lyrics?
Yes.
If that's the case, some of the most
What is this?
stuff came
Wait,
from them.
what? Okay, I must have missed that part in the news when I wasn't watching it. What happened with the? What you're talking about? I've not heard, so I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's in Georgia. I'm trying to remember the two rappers' names. I think it's two rappers. They are in jail right
It's Young Thug and Gunna. Young
Gunna. Yep. They are arrested on RICO, if I'm not mistaken. And they arrested was it Gunna's mother that they arrested connecting to RICO? And then she just hit them with more charges. Yep, and she hit them with more charges based on their lyrics of their songs.
Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, first of all, you're going off of these. I'm like, unless these songs gave dates, time frames, movings, and things like that, then fine, I can see that.
He's saying but if I'm o'clock, I went on Peach Street and I shot the block up, then
I can understand that, but I'm just like, if he's just saying,
"Yo, I got evidence to correlate it," because he could say whatever he want to say.
Was this about that song where they was like, "Such got shot"? Yeah,
yeah. No, that was here. That was here in Florida. That was.
Oh
here
yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. That was Florida.
But that was actually like they were actually telling their actual crimes and the people they actually killed, like. Like they were it wasn't that
one was different.
That was a true
that was like that TikTok trend, and like one of the guys that got shot, their mom had to come on and say, can y'all not dance to this, my son was murdered.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just like, if they were just saying, hey, I maybe bought some Molly off of somebody or something. I'm just like, really? You indicted me off of that?
Right? No, they tried already.
And then we have to
I remember that trying.
And then we also have to remember too, Reagan and the first Bush was all around in this era. So the war on crimes and the war on drugs was a thing, and Jesse Jackson trying to be president. Ain't nobody electing you, sir.
No.
You know, all that happened around the same time. That's why he was on that round table. He was on that round table to get some national exposure so somebody would pick him.
And I'm just like, sir, at the end of the day, you didn't do anything for Black people. You didn't. You have not. If anything, I'm sorry, Shirley Chisholm did more for Black people than you did. So quiet as it's kept. She did more for Black people than you did, sir, and you got mad in your feelings that she got elected to Senate and could have, if people weren't stupid. I'm not saying us, but white people weren't so gutter snipey. She could have been elected to the Democratic Senate, to the Democratic whatever, and done be the presidential thing. But no, because people didn't like, nah, first of all, she Black, and second of all, she's a woman. We can't have a woman and a Black woman at that leading us. No, that's against the law.
Like, Jesse Jackson was never a Black man that I wanted to write about.
He ain't nobody to write home to. He ain't nobody to write home to.
Listen, I hate to disrupt this Jesse Jackson train. We're gonna save it for the conversation about reviewing the civil rights movement in hindsight.
Yeah,
I haven't scheduled that one yet, but be on the lookout for that one. Because I feel like
more words to say about Jesse.
People gonna be mad at me. I'm okay with it. So
I'm okay.
it is now
10:23. We gonna be. They gonna be mad at all of us. They ain't gonna be mad at just you.
Bring it.
They can be mad.
But
let's go around. Everyone do a 30-second wrap up. It is almost 10:30, y'all. So
I'm up way past.
Girl, listen, not you got homework. Listen,
it's just a reply. It's just a reply.
It's just a reply.
It's just 100 words. It's just 100 words. I can knock that out in 2 seconds.
Listen, homework is important.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, who want to go first?
I'll go first since everybody else went first before me when we started. So
I just thought you was being a gentleman.
I was. I'm not gonna lie. I'll say this with regards to this video. Yes, there were things that were done to the Black community that irreparably harmed them and forced them into this survival mode that most people have not recovered from. And we need to learn how to, one, deal with the trauma of that survival mode raising of children, and then, deal with that and try and get our kids out of that, because the more times we keep our kids in survival mode, the more they're going to be on that guard. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but we've put them so much on guard that we have no relaxation. That's why most of us go so soon, because we ain't got no relaxation. We haven't taken any, like, when that, and then I'm finished. When that frolicking video for the Black men that was out on TikTok was out, I was so happy. I was so, because you saw the complete and utter joy that they felt from not having the weight of the world on their shoulders. I was like, see, this is the healing that we need to keep going in this direction. But that's all I got.
I have hope. I'm gonna go next. I have hope, but my hope is at a distance. I refuse to participate. If I can raise two pretty well adjusted young men who are out here doing their thing and stuff like that. I was a teenage parent. If I could break curses, it takes hard work. It takes effort. I also took the time to invest in myself, my own emotional intelligence that I wasn't taught, my own education that I wasn't given. I'm not making excuses. Instead, I'm seeking out solutions, and I'm trying to help feed the knowledge out. And in the meantime, help those who really don't know enough to help themselves, but they want to help themselves. I got you. That's where I'm at.
Well, my closing part is, it seems like it still piggybacks to last week's conversation, where we need to learn how to center Black women and work with healthy, productive men. But even in the midst of that, it looks like at times we leave our children out of the loop. And just like the children were left out of the loop then, we need more mentorship, healthy mentors in our community, so that we can work with our children. And at some point, we have to get from the preservation of the Black family, and we have to move to cultivating healthy people, because a Black family does not have to translate to a healthy community, a healthy support system. So I think we need to focus, still support the Black family, but build around that and creating other healthy support systems that look like what the Black community looks like today.
I'll go. My last thing is, when I was listening to the roundtable, I wrote out this thing because they kept, saying that, like, Black people were being lazy, like we can't just solely rely on welfare. And I was saying, well, all of this stuff ties into why we don't have the strong Black families, is if you're not educated, you're living in areas that are under resourced, you can't find a job because there are no resources, because resources is like having jobs. We don't even have convenience stores that are selling our communities food that is actually good for their bodies. And if we're always being targeted by the police because our communities are over policed, then we're gonna keep seeing Black men not be in the household because they feel like they don't need to be there, because it's something you can get something for that. Like, I don't have to pay for my children. You can get money for our children, and then you can give it to me because I can't. I pick up work every now and again, and this is still a thing that's going on. That was 36, 35 years ago. It's still to this day. And as soon as we realize that we can pull ourselves out, we're going to always be stuck. And it's because pretty much we're not seeing ourselves, and we're getting fed anti-Black rhetoric. So we believe it because we think that that's what it is.
What I take from this conversation is a few things. We really need to figure out who our leaders need to be, and if what they want to lead about works with what the community is. Watching this was very triggering to me because it made me feel like, oh, you're a child, stay in a child's place. You should listen to these leaders. But what these leaders are saying is not beneficial to our community as a collective. It's not. And when you hear talking points like what was discussed, you have to sit back and wonder why some of the men within our community get on TikTok and talk the way that they do. They're spewing the exact same white supremacy tactics and rhetoric, and because it's coming out of a Black person's mouth, they think that it makes it different, when all it is playing into the exact things that white supremacy is and what patriarchy is. The patriarchy is not benefiting our Black men. And when they run on those talking points, it is tearing down the Black community together. So at a certain point in time, our leaders are going to have to be the Black women with the same goal and mindset in place. It's going to have to be leaders where we're all collectively on the same page, which is making sure our community is thriving and moving forward, regardless if our leaders is a man or a woman.
the overall objective needs to be the same, and not, hey, I have a penis, so I should be in charge. That's no longer, it never worked for us, and it's not going to work. Our morals is not what the middle class white house morals are. So we need to start figuring out what our new leadership looks like so that we can start building brick by brick what our community needs to look like moving forward. Because if not, this talking point has done nothing for us, not in 1960, not in 1987, and not in 2022. We're still sitting on the merry-go-round, and we're all sick of it now and ready to get off.
Amen.
I think for my closing, I take from this conversation that we really need to do some trauma healing. And in my journey of healing, a therapist explained to me an analogy that trauma is like you've been given a room and people have come into the room and completely destroyed the room and left. The room is still your responsibility. So although you didn't make the mess, you have to do the work to clean it up and then build up the room to look like what you want it to look like. So I think a lot of healing, both self healing and communal healing, meaning leaning into our tribes and our people and doing some of that work together, is where a lot of the focus needs to be. We can't build better families if we aren't better people. We can't build better community if we are not investing in ourselves and each other. So I firmly believe these conversations that I hold and y'all come and offer your expertise and your experience and your viewpoints can be a part of that healing. And I definitely feel like I need to do more to share with Black women the journey of healing and what that looks like and some options for that. But with that being said, thank you all so much for holding this conversation with me. I really, really enjoyed it. I did not expect to go this long, but it had to be this way.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer things happen the way they're supposed to. So thank you so much. Next week, we are going to be having the conversation, what is Blackness? It shall be a kiki. So goodbye to YouTube. I'll see y'all next Sunday at 6 p.m. And let's